Good morning, everyone. So we are starting our meeting today with public testimony on agenda item C1. As a reminder to the public and council members, we do have an executive session scheduled today to address some administrative issues beginning at 3 p.m. Depending on where we are at the schedule, we may break a little bit earlier. And so we'll just bump that executive session ahead. But we'll try to give you a notification around lunchtime if that appears to be the case. So we'll be beginning with, we have 9 more testifiers signed up, beginning with Hannah Heimbuck, followed by Chad Seed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Hannah Heimbuck, testifying on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. Our members harvest Pacific cod with pot gear and participate in a variety of other fixed gear fisheries. I want to flag an overall concern that intersects with this action. We're not inherently opposed to lowering regulatory discards or improving MRA accounting processes, but we're concerned that there's some underlying issues that we're not addressing. One being the practice of maximizing harvest of incidental catch, the other a focus on managing retention rather than managing interactions. I'd like to highlight and support a recommendation from the AP rationale found in the middle of page 4 in the AP report for this agenda item. It recommends that this action be paired with a review of MRA percentages and that NMFS and the council should monitor for and address any changes in fishing behavior that follow this action as a result. The rationale notes that MRAs are intended to provide vessels opportunity to continue fishing a target species while incidentally encountering another. However, when we see patterns of topping off and other concerted efforts to maximize the use of an MRA, that's a strong indication that the MRA is too high and or that we're lacking other important management mechanisms. This issue relates back to the Pacific cod overages and the Central Gulf Trawl CP sector, which the council discussed briefly in B reports. As we heard earlier, a few Amendment 80 boats spent some considerable time in the Gulf this year targeting arrowtooth and rockfish. Peacock is an incidental catch in that fishery. They met the Central Gulf sector TAC for peacock in July, and it was put on PSC status. But like we've seen in similar scenarios, there's no actual mechanism to reduce interactions, just retention, so fishing continued. But harvest well beyond a limit isn't the only issue there. The other one is that we have a fully rationalized BSAI fleet, leveraging their considerable resources to target additional fisheries beyond A80 species at an increasingly impactful rate. Beyond that, they're maximizing harvest and sale of a non-target species, peacock in this case, in a sector that doesn't have a mechanism to close fishing when the peacock TAC is reached. And what happens when not just the TAC is reached, but overfishing becomes a concern? And that was actually highlighted on page 33 of this paper, which says, PSC status does not prevent catching and discarding of the species, it only prohibits retention. NMFS has additional tools to avoid overfishing of any species, including closing other directed fisheries that are catching a species of concern. Meaning that one sector can fish over the TAC to the point of a species of concern, and a different fleet could get closed down as a management response. And to me, that's a significant red flag. Regardless of the likelihood of that happening this year or next year, we all know that our fish stocks are moving and changing in ways that surprise us. It's really important that we not ignore those signals when we see those gaps in management. I'll add that this pool of Central Gulf fish, both the target species and peacock, isn't coming to shore to be processed in this case, so I feel like this is a problem on many levels. But regardless of whether incidental catch is retained or not, or by what process within the MRA, we should be correcting the management gaps where harvest continues beyond an established limit. So my concern with this action is with anything that could potentially increase topping off behavior or increase the likelihood of fishing over TAC, and just broadly that we're losing focus on some of our more significant management gaps. I feel like we continue to prioritize housekeeping actions over management issues and further codify the flaws in our system by doing so. Several years ago, when the trawl CV sector encountered sablefish in numbers exponentially higher than the TAC multiple years in a row, the council ultimately took steps to merge the overfishing limits statewide. That made the problem less glaring, but no less of a problem, because we didn't address the obvious lack of a mechanism to manage within a limit and its potential to drive us toward OFL. In the last few years, the Amendment 80 fleet exponentially increased their sablefish harvest, which is not an A80 species, and began targeting it in an unprecedented manner. NMFS opened directed trawl sablefish fisheries multiple summers in a row, which were either entirely or almost entirely prosecuted by AAV vessels. We have yet to scrutinize the environmental and economic impacts of this substantial behavior change, its alignment with existing management plans, or its agreement with the national standards. So we continue to build scaffolding around incidental harvests, but time after time fail to complete a management structure. Requiring regulatory discards is a suggestion for a behavior change. Enforcing a limit is management. Clarifying MRA implementation is an accounting improvement, but reviewing MRA percentages and preventing topping off is a management improvement. So to wrap up, I'd ask that the council prioritize a review of MRA percentages and then monitor and address topping off behaviors that precede or follow this action. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Heimbuch. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Heimbuch, for your testimony, and can appreciate all of your points. I think one of the things you mentioned was trying to manage incidental catch when it's at an impactful rate. And I think we were watching that Pequod Gulf issue. I think some people were very carefully. I think NMFS has some ability to manage after hitting ABC, but obviously we're trying to prevent doing that. So when you say impactful rate, with the understanding that we were told that overage didn't impact other sectors, are you meaning if we do hit ABC or get close to OFL such that other sectors would be affected in terms of their directed fishing? Or is there something else I'm missing in that statement?
Through the chair, thanks so much for the question. I think that's the crux of it, is the concern that when there's not a management mechanism, we could proceed to and beyond the ABC into the OFL. I think in addition to that, we're dealing with a stressed ecosystem in many ways. You know, Pequod and the Gulf experienced a huge crash just a couple of years ago. And so I think that the TAC limit is fairly important. And I think that it's set there below the ABC and below the OFL because we've recognized the need for, you know, a conservative buffer from when we expect fishing to stop to when we would be absolutely pushing the bounds of its, you know, reasonable harvest. And so I do think it's impactful when a fishery has the potential to easily go beyond the TAC in any circumstance, because we set those limits for a reason, for a purpose. And that's, you know, we hold most of our other sectors and fleets to those TACs for that reason. But then, of course, there is the overarching concern of going past ABC and not having a mechanism there.
Thank you. And follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
So thank you for that response. And I'm trying to look for that ability. You know, we're working toward national standards that are trying to get us to hit optimum yield, increase utilization, which means increasing retention. So we're at odds with a few things, but we have accountability measures once we are at ABC or exceeding ABC. Are you looking for a different kind of accountability measure, which is not required by MSA, but not something beyond the bounds, I think, when we are close to or hitting TAC? That's definitely not how we're managing things now in order to increase optimum yield. But am I getting to what kind of accountability measure you're looking for?
And through the chair, yes, I think the accountability measure that I would define for and the folks that I work with would also support is managing to the TAC, because that is how we manage some other fisheries, maybe not particularly in this case. And I think optimum yield can be achieved in a variety of ways. It can be maximizing the value of your catch. It's not just volume, I think. And I believe that we can achieve better utilization and better use and improved value overall without exceeding TACs. And I think if we feel we need to exceed the TAC in order to do that, we're missing some aspect of management. And we're certainly not managing sector to sector in a comparable and equitable way.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Heimbuch, for your testimony. Really appreciate the points you brought up here. They're important for us to be thinking about. Am I correct that I'm hearing general support for this action, but that you would like to see a review of the MRA percentages and the topping off behavior within, say, 2 to 3 years after this action's implemented?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Cohen. Yes, that's accurate. There's a lot of, I think, decent accounting improvements that happen within this action generally, though I'm not speaking to the details between the various options. And the request is to review the percentages, not necessarily just as a response to this action, though. I wouldn't necessarily say you need to wait and see what happens, because I think there's concerns around the maximization of MRAs and the targeting of incidental catch that definitely precede this. But yes, that's the primary request, is to review those percentages and to review topping off behaviors, both as they exist now and potentially following this action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chad C. is next, followed by Linda Bankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chad C., Executive Director of the Freezer Longline Coalition. FLC represents the hook and line catcher processor vessels that participate in the directed Pacific cod fishery in the Bering Sea, AI, and Gulf of Alaska. FLC supports the AP motion recommending Council take final action on proposed revisions to MRA regulations. Today, I'll primarily be testifying to alternatives 3 and 4 of this action. For our freezer longline fleet, proposed revisions to the MRA regulations, including to provide for offload to offload MRA calculations and fewer trip triggers on skate harvest, will allow for greater retention of this high-value species by our vessels. Under status quo, it's common for freezer longliners to be required to discard skates while we are targeting cod due to the existing instantaneous MRA calculation structure. We expect a move to offload under Alternative 4, coupled with the change in trip triggers under Alternative 3, would result in higher retention, providing for a greater utilization of this harvest and an important economic benefit to our fishermen and operators. We also support the move towards simplification of MRA regulations that could reduce enforcement actions related to MRAs that are often a product of the complexity of the existing regulations. To meet these objectives, we specifically support adopting Alternative 3, Method 1, and Alternative 4, Option 2, Method 1, which would maximize retention and best simplify the MRA regulations. This is consistent with the AP's motion. Also consistent with the AP motion, we would encourage adoption of the AP language that a trip may be resumed, including if a vessel switches an authorized gear type or changes an FMP area. With that said, we do believe it is critical that in-season management and the Council monitor for changes in behavior on Pacific cod harvest related to this action, however anticipated, to ensure that this doesn't result in an earlier closure of the directed Bering Sea cod fishery. Following conversations with in-season staff and other sectors, we're comfortable that there isn't likely to be a change of behavior from this action that increases a cod sector ICA in the Bering Sea and prompts an earlier closure of the directed cod fishery. But close monitoring of potential changes and, as needed, action to address it is necessary to prevent against adverse impacts of this action. We fully support increased retention of harvest, but do not support change in behavior by vessels that have direct negative impacts on other fishermen trying to harvest their allocations. As has been clear in recent years when the Bering Sea fishery, cod fishery has closed before the end of the year, the sector most often impacted by early closures is our freezer longline fleet, where we have been left with no choice but to attempt to harvest our remaining BSAI allocation in the AI. For our fleet, harvesting in the AI is much more challenging and less efficient, diminishing the economic value of our fishery and potentially putting our fishermen at greater risk. Other directed cod sector participants, as you may hear from other public testimony this morning, likewise stand to be harmed should we experience earlier closures from this action. One other point I'll note is that under Table 5.1, in the final action review, the BSAI Greenland turbot fishery is identified as potentially at risk to exceeding the OFL in the event the MRA calculations for this species are transitioned to offload. We mentioned this in April, but I'll say again that we find it very unlikely that this would happen in light of the turbot management agreement between FLC and the Amendment 80 sector, which comprises the entirety of the participants in this fishery. The agreement binds each group to harvest limits for each sector, which has served to prevent any overages in catch since it was initiated nearly 10 years ago. Thanks for your consideration. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. C. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. C, on the Bering Sea cod fishery closing earlier, your testimony was that you think that you agree with NIMS that you think that there's a low likelihood of that happening as a result of this action? Because I'm wondering, because the response from the council, should that be the case, would be to undertake some other regulatory action. It doesn't seem as if we have tools to respond to that quickly.
Thanks, Nicole, through the chair. From my conversations with in season, and unfortunately, he can't be here right now to add any insight, but on that. But from my conversations with in season, we were comfortable that the likelihood that behavior would change enough to increase an ICA, a sector ICA that could result in a earlier closure of that cod fishery, was unlikely, and that if there was some experience of a change in behavior by certain vessels, that they felt like they had some tools to help address that, without that change in behavior, without necessarily increasing the ICA, which could result in that earlier closure date in a future year. So we felt like there was that from in season's feedback, that there were it's a small likelihood, very small likelihood, and a small universe of potential vessels that could have some change in behavior, and that if that happened, that could be addressed. But we just wanted to emphasize how important it is that be monitored, and that there may need to be action to address that if that's a continued problem that emerges from this action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Linda Benkin is next, followed by Andrea Kekla and Susie Sikorsky.
Madam Chair, Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Our fisheries are not directly affected by this action, but almost certainly will be indirectly impacted. I do not intend to speak directly to specifics of alternatives, but I do want to state our concerns with aspects of this action on the record. Before I go any further, I just want to say I associate much of my concerns and comments with the comments you just heard from Ms. Heimbach. We have always understood that MRAs are intended to provide vessel operators with opportunity to continue to direct fish for their basis species, while incidentally harvesting species they are not targeting. We've always thought of MRAs as establishing an upper bound on incidentally harvested catch, not as an allocation. We now understand that topping off is an industry exploited, OLE accepted, and agency acknowledged behavior. Yet the action in this agenda item to reconfigure MRAs accounting in various fisheries is directly related to vessel behavior of discarding catch, then topping off on an MRA species at the end of a trip. In fact, it would seem that if topping off were discouraged and not accepted as an industry standard, much of this action might not be necessary. It's hard for us to understand the emerging council tendency to revise regulations to reflect industry behavior rather than revise industry behavior to match regulatory intent. Again, we have always understood that MRAs were intended to cover background bycatch, not topping off. And yet this action seems to legitimize topping off and in fact allocates based on past practices of not only topping off, but discarding and then topping off. We want to be on record as objecting to that. We recognize this action has momentum and it's likely to move ahead. We also appreciate that some of the alternatives clarify regulations and definitions, and in doing so, reduce enforcement actions. That is clearly a positive aspect of this action. That said, we're concerned that the action explicitly provides for topping off, which could result in more discards later in the season and increases the likelihood of impact on the target fisheries of other sectors. Also, this action does nothing to address the ugly side of MRAs where incidental catch and or topping off leads to a species being placed on PSC status, yet fishing continues with substantial discards. For example, the 7 million pounds of sablefish some years ago and the more than 850,000 pounds of Central Gulf Pacific cod this year. and that happens with no repercussions for vessel operators who carry on directed fishing and incidental fish discarding. From most perspectives, that is waste, and that's a problem. This action does not address that problem. It may reduce regulatory discards, it may not. It may increase retained catch in stellar sea lion protected areas, but I'm not sure if that is better or worse for sea lions. To wrap up, since we anticipate the council taking final action on this agenda item, we request that action also be initiated to review the MRA percentages for species that are frequently moved to PSC status but do not trigger fishery closures when MRA limits are exceeded. We also ask that you review topping off behavior, pay close attention to discard rates, and be prepared to revisit this action if waste in our fishery increases or fleet behavior changes significantly once these changes are implemented. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Benkin? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Go to Andrea Kaikala and Susie Zagorski, followed by Glenn Merrill.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Andrea Kaikala, and I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and joined today by Susie Zagorski, the AFA Catcher Vessel Inter-Co-op Manager at UCB. UCB represents trawl catcher vessels and 2 motherships operating in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands in the pollock and cod fisheries. Let me be clear by expressing our appreciation for the Council's leadership in modernizing MRA regulations. The final action before you today includes meaningful improvements to our management system. United Catcher Boats supports Alternative 2 through 4, as well as Alternative 6, and we are supportive of the AP motion and thank the AP for their thoughtful discussion. I want to point out that UCB is especially supportive of Alternative 4, Option 2, the offload-to-offload approach to MRA calculations paired with Method 1. This approach brings clarity, strengthens enforceability, and simplifies compliance for vessels that do not sort or weigh catch at sea. To continue our support of the AP motion, we respectfully urge you to remove Alternative 5 from final action as well. We at UCB and others via written comment and public testimony have expressed recommendations for no further action on Alternative 5. To reiterate, our opposition to Alternative 5 is due to the proposed shift to an annualized MRA framework for Amendment 80 vessels, which raises serious concerns. Our annual MRA for pollock becomes indistinguishable from a pollock allocation to the A80 sector. I'm going to pass to Susie, who has experience at sea and interfaces with our fleet on the water, to talk about Alternative 6 and weather exemptions.
Good morning. For the record, Susie Zagorski, UCB. While many of our catcher vessels are in trawl EM and not as affected by Alternative 6, this is still important to us to think about the fishermen, crew, and their safety at sea. The weather exemption is important and should be retained. We're not advocating for this to misuse it, but truly for the rare yet important cases when a vessel has to make decision to stop fishing due to weather, even if their trip is not yet complete. There's no control over the weather, and while captains are trying to make the best and safest decisions they can when starting a trip, sometimes storms show up sooner and stronger than predicted. It's also not just about the wind speed and sea height. Storms in the Bering Sea can be drastically different for a vessel depending on direction, location on the grounds, sea depth, vessel size, product on board, stability, engine capacity, etc. Most of the time, a captain will plan accordingly, but when that storm changes direction or intensity unexpectedly, the captain should not be worried about their catch composition on the boat at the time, but rather be focused on the stability of their vessel and the safety of their crew. In those rare cases, a captain has to head in because it's the safest decision they have. These are the rare cases that the weather exemption should exist, for the times that the captains are making the hard decision to go in for everyone's safety. What's determined when a vessel is over the MRA is that it's deemed they're directed fishing for the MRA species. But in this case, just because a vessel has to make an unexpected safety call because of bad weather doesn't mean that if they're over their MRA, they were directed fishing for that species. While it may be a challenge to come up with the right reg to provide this exemption, it's worth taking that challenge. There are ways that timely reports or notices can be used. For example, The U.S. Coast Guard Form 2692 is one. It already has a section on weather conditions and requires a description of the situation for an instance that was unavoidable.
Thank you for your insight, Susie. So to close, we stand in strong support of alternative 2, 3, 4, and support the AP motion. I want to specifically call out our support for alternative 6 in this closing and be clear that it is our belief that no regulation or agency should put our operators in a position where MRAs and stock composition on board is prioritized over safety at sea. The ability to prioritize safety at sea without regulatory repercussions should remain. So captains who know the conditions and their vessel firsthand can make the right decision for them and their crew. These elements in the supported alternatives improve the MRA framework, reduce unnecessary waste, and enhance compliance in ways that benefit the entire fishery for today and for the long term. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you both for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. I wanted to ask on your last point about weather. I think we heard through the presentation that even the agency didn't put in particulars or details on the criteria that would be used for a weather emergency to then get a waiver from MRAs because they didn't know what to put there or how to write that in a regulation. So did you have specifics about how you should structure that or the council should structure that in a motion? The concern, I think, is if there is not detail, this won't get pushed forward.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, so we don't have necessarily explicit suggestions for how that regulation would be written. We have been in communication with some other industry folks, and as I mentioned, some type of timely reporting requirement would be a barrier in itself, but also provide that ability for vessels to use it on those rare cases. It's my understanding that currently it's on a case-by-case basis anyway, when a vessel does have to go in for weather, and then there's additional questioning on that. So we think that we recognize that the agency has noted that this is a bit challenging and not sure how this would be written into regulation. But for the sake of the vessels and the captains and the crew and their safety, trying to come up with some kind of reporting requirement or a notification just so that it's paired with some information that can then be followed up on, and then that with a report can be tracked in the long term to truly understand if this is going to cause some behavior change or if this will still only be used in those rare cases.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. So our next testifier is Glenn Merrill, followed by Todd Loomis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the council, my name is Glenn Merrill, and today I'm speaking to you as the president of the Alaska Seafood Cooperative. The Alaska Seafood Cooperative is responsible for the day-to-day management of our vessels that participate in the Amendment 80 and the Gulf Rockfish Program fisheries. Our vessels that we operate are primarily catcher processors, but members of our fleet are also active as motherships and catcher vessels. There are 4 issues that I wanted to highlight for you today, and those are concerning stellar sea lions, why Method 1 makes sense and Method 2 does not, why it is important to clarify that we should be allowed to resume a trip, and then finally a few notes on medical, mechanical, and weather issues. I think as we heard earlier in the dialogue back and forth with Ms. Kimball and council staff, there was a question about whether or not we anticipate this action would affect stellar sea lions. And I think there's really 2 lenses to look at that issue. There's an ESA lens and a NEPA lens. And I think for ESA, there are really 2 important questions. The first is this action within the range of actions you've previously considered and analyzed and authorized under other existing regulations, under previous biological opinions? And the answer to that is clearly yes. Nothing changes stellar sea lion protection measures. Nothing changes the amount of catch that can occur inside stellar sea lion protection areas. And I think it's very clear from the analysis that the amount of catch that is occurring within those areas is well below the amounts that are authorized. I'll note that the Groundfish Forum letter provides great detail about catch in the Aleutian Islands. That's the area where I think there's typically been the greatest concern about potential interactions with stellar sea lions. The second question, I think, from an ESA lens that's important to answer is the effect reasonably certain to occur? And I think the analysis is really clear that catch inside stellar sea lion protection areas may increase or it may decrease. It's not reasonably certain that there's going to be an increase, and it's certainly very certain that it's not going to increase beyond those ranges you previously analyzed and considered. While under NEPA, there may be some change relative to the status quo, I think the analysis is very clear that any catch increase is likely to be very minimal. The second issue I wanted to touch base on was why method 1 under alternatives 3 and 4 makes sense and method 2 does not. Under method 2, you would be in a situation where if you started a trip and your fishery was open to directed fishing, but then closed in the middle of that trip, you would not be able to retain catch that you previously had been fishing as open in that fishery and would have to be subject to the lowest MRA that existed during that trip. In other words, you'd be subject to the MRA. Similarly, if you begin a trip and the first day of the trip, the fishery happens to be closed and then opens, again, you would be unable to participate in that directed fishery. I think that result is completely contrary to the purpose and need statement. I think that came out during discussions with council staff on this issue, but I do think it's important to highlight that point. The third issue that I wanted to highlight is the importance of clarifying that you can resume a trip. And I think a previous testifier spoke to this point as well. I think this is also important because procedurally, this change in interpretation is very different than decades of operations. Currently, and typically, the way that vessels have operated is that when you are fishing inside stellar sea lion areas, which is allowed, you have one book of MRA calculations for all of your hauls taken inside that area and a separate book or calculation for your MRAs for catch outside of that area. The interpretation now is that each and every individual haul, each entry into a stellar sea lion area triggers a new fishing trip. That's highly problematic. That increases discards. That's contrary to longstanding practice. We've learned about this not through notice and comment rulemaking, not through an interpretive rule, but through a note in page 20 of your analysis. I think clarifying that you can resume a trip is important both for the status quo and moving forward. It's also important because we are concerned about the potential extension of this principle to how we operate as vessels that fish both CDQ and non-CDQ fisheries. We typically move from haul to haul between CDQ and non-CDQ fishing. Under this action, management programs will be considered as separate for MRA calculations. Providing clarity on this issue is important for us, and the AP motion gets it right. Finally, I just wanted to touch base briefly on medical, mechanical, and weather issues. We support this as well. I think there's been a lot of discussion about the level of detail that's required in order to address weather considerations. Certainly, there's the example that we already have in the Alaska region where there are exemptions for deploying seabird avoidance gear when weather conditions are above a certain limit. There are numerous examples in your regulations where the regional administrator can exercise discretion about whether or not quota is issued into a program or whether or not we reallocate catch from one area to another. I think that kind of discretion with some bounds around it is something that the agency could craft. We believe that that is an issue that should travel with this package. If this proves to be particularly problematic, we strongly suggest that the rest of this action move forward and that the industry can work collaboratively with enforcement on these issues. I'll finally close by just referring you to a note that's at the start of the advisory panel motion, and that is that hope that we can work with OLE on compliance as this program is implemented. There are a lot of complicated changes here. We have decades-old regulations. We really would like to continue to work collaboratively with OLE to solve these problems, understand how this operates, and work on compliance assistance as we implement this program. Thank you for your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next testifier is Todd Loomis, followed by Heather Mann. Todd. Just needs to unmute. Todd, I think you just need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Todd Loomis, and I will be testifying on behalf of myself. I support proceeding with final action today and agree with the recommended alternatives, options, and method 1 as put forward unanimously by the AP. This package is the culmination of a multi-year effort and represents an opportunity to provide clarity, reduce regulatory complexity, reduce administrative burden, and reduce regulatory discards for all sectors of the BSAI and GOA. Simply put, it will allow vessels to retain more of the fish they are already catching. Many of you will recall in October 2023, when I first proposed modifying trip triggers and applying MRAs at offload, that I spoke about the multiple concurrent trips that vessels track. By using the term concurrent, it implied multiple open trips that boats enter, leave, and resume by management program within a weekly reporting period. Since the beginning of my career, fishing vessels have resumed fishing trips. Not allowing this practice to continue will make record keeping, reporting, and regulatory discards worse than status quo, and it is not consistent with the purpose and need for this action. I support the AP's statements on page 4 of their rationale and encourage the council to also provide the necessary clarity. I disagree that industry has incorrectly interpreted resumed as asserted on page 20 of the analysis. In all my years in government affairs, it was never alleged that any of our vessels incorrectly resumed a fishing trip. I don't know how this conclusion was reached, but it is inconsistent with every conversation I've ever had with agency personnel about fishing trip management and application. Something similar to this happened back in 1997, when OLE alleged a new fishing trip was initiated each time a vessel moved from one federal statistical area to another. NMFS addressed this issue via an FR notice, and while they agreed that OLE's interpretation was justifiable given the existing regulatory text, it was inconsistent with the intent of the regulations and potentially limited the allowable amounts of bycatch species that may be retained. Our current situation, with differing opinions about what resumed means, is similar, and I think the underlying premise of not limiting the amount of bycatch species that may be retained holds here as well. I encourage you to support the AP motion and proceed with final action, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thanks again. Go to Heather Mann, and then Julie Bonney will be our last testifier.
Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I would like to voice my support for the GAP motion. This whole action is about minimizing regulatory discards and allowing fishermen to retain and deliver fish that they would otherwise have to discard. Nothing in this action changes overall limits, caps, or allocations. I do hear the concerns from others that this action could somehow impact their sectors. While I understand the concerns, because it's a complicated issue, and if you're not participating in or really understand how an MRA fishery works, it's easy to come to those conclusions. But I think it was pretty clear from the analysis that this action will not allow one user group to somehow sort of usurp another group's allocation or their fishery. It will, however, allow participants a better chance of achieving, their own allocations. The agency was very clear in the AP presentation and discussion that topping off is not seen as something negative. From my perspective, topping off is maximizing the trip. It allows the vessel to increase its target catch, along with any incidental catch that accompanies the target species. This allows a vessel to come into the shoreside processor with a full load of fish, which in turn saves fuel, time, and money. Not to mention it has a lower carbon footprint than multiple trips. I believe all of these things have a net positive benefit to the nation. And again, no limit, cap, or allocation is altered under this action. Finally, there should be an exemption for weather. At the end of the day, it is up to the captain of a vessel to determine their tolerance for risk. After all, they have the lives of the crew and themselves, plus a human observer if they have one, in their hands. They also have the vessel to protect, which provides their livelihood. Deciding to end a trip due to dangerous weather should be entirely within the purview of a captain, no one else, in my opinion, especially not someone who is not on the vessel or in the situation. So I'm speaking for catcher vessels here because I don't think this necessarily applies to CPs in the same way. But if a vessel is truncating their trip due to bad weather, they simply need to call in or radio in and say that's what they're doing. They can describe the conditions if need be. I guess my biggest beef with the OLE decision on this or recommendation on this is that they're coming at it as if all fishermen will cheat if given the ability to do so. And I fundamentally reject this premise. I don't care if you're fixed gear, long line, trawl, like I reject this premise and I encourage you to do that as well. I believe managing to the lowest common denominator is not appropriate. It's not fair. Ending a trip due to weather is a difficult decision. You're definitely losing money if this happens. So I don't think these decisions are made lightly. There are weather exemptions in the North Pacific already and in other regions around the country, and I think you've heard about those. So it's my recommendation that we figure out how to include a weather exemption. Perhaps it's different for different vessels and not a one-size-fits-all approach. While safety of life at sea is the last of the MSA 10 national standards, it's no less important than the other 9. So please take final action as recommended by the AP motion. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And Julie Bonney will be our last testifier.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, which includes both trawl catcher vessels and shoreside processors in Kodiak. My members support the AP motion that captures our recommendations for final action and is outlined in our council comment letter. While the bulk of this action is focused on the CP and mothership sector, some elements of the actions will affect the shoreside catcher vessels that deliver to shoreside processors. For alternative 2, we support option 5 and option 7 with a directed fishing definition of 51% or more of the pollock for the trip. As our letter points out, for option 7, the change in definition will help relieve the tension between the full retention requirement for the trawl EM program and the present directed fishing definition. As explained in the letters, vessels accidentally catch POP when targeting pollock, known as a red bag. Processors don't want POP when this occurs and typically don't pay for the fish or pay a reduced price. Virtually all the Central Gulf of Alaska CVs also participate in the rockfish program, so they don't want to catch the POP in the pollock fishery and not get paid and then have it affect their allocation within the rockfish program overall. There is also the Trolley M IPA that manages individual vessel behaviors, and the council will review the IPA report annually to see if vessel behaviors might change because of this action. The IPA can be modified to address those concerns. We appreciate the AP motion that makes it clear that changes in trick triggers for alternative 3 does not apply to the CV sector. The adoption of alternative 4, option 2, is the most logical outcome in terms of making it the regulations easy for operators to understand when it's all species, not a cherry pick selection. It also really captures the reality of how the fishery operates with an offload to offload for CVs, since it's very difficult for enforcement to do onboard monitoring for instantaneous MRAs for the trip. I also want to make sure that it's clear that no trick triggers for the CVs are changing in this action, since they weren't analyzed, and so we really I would not understand the effect. Finally, for the weather exemption discussion, we support mechanical, medical, and weather. I would note that weather is really the more critical for the CV sector delivering shoreside, because they don't have a processor on their back, so they're required to go to shore with their product to have it processed. Also, there's really no financial reasons to break a trip, because you're going to lose the revenue for the amount of fish that you're delivering above the MRA. All you're really doing is removing the idea that the vessel might get a NOVA for exceeding the amount. I would note that the AP motion passed unanimously, and I think the package is ready for final action. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Looks like Mr. Williams has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bonnie, for your testimony. Just a question with regard to your last subject there on the weather. Can you give me your opinion on how you feel about a call-in provision, prior to returning, if you're stopping a trip due to weather? Have you talked about that or thought about that? What's your opinion?
Mr. Williams, thank you for the question. So we actually had that discussion internally when we were developing our position for this action. And that was the recommendation of several of the vessel owner operators, that it would, make it very clear that nobody's figuring out that their MRA calculation is over after the vessels come to dock. So they know on the grounds that they're breaking their trip, call in. So there's a clear notice that weather was a problem and they're coming in, and they probably won't even know for certain. They may suspect they're over the MRA, but they wouldn't know for certain. So yes, we support that.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie, for your testimony. And I was trying to track, I realize most of the action is about CPs and motherships. And you mentioned one thing. I just wanted to confirm that the current regulations applicable to CVs delivering shoreside and to stationary processors, that the MRA during a fishing trip in areas closed to directed fishing is the lowest MRA applicable in any area. And that's applied at any time into all areas for the duration of the fishing trip. That's the current regulation for CVs, and we are not changing that, and you're supportive of not changing that.
That is correct, Ms. Kimball.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'm not seeing any other questions. I appreciate your testimony. That concludes public testimony on C1. So let's take a 15-minute break, come back and see what the wishes of the council are. Let's come back at 9:05.
I was having an audio issue earlier and had to reconnect. Do I have audio again now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Serena.
Welcome back, everyone. So we have received our staff reports, public testimony on C1. What are the wishes of the council? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff, and I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. Okay. The council adopts the following alternatives and options for final action with the following revisions. Deletions are in strike-through and additions are underlined. Alternative 2, revise MRA regulations. Revise MRA regulations to clarify 1, the definition of a fishing trip, 2, calculations for MRAs, and 3, applications of MRAs. These changes would provide clarifications and make minor modifications in how the MRA regulations are currently implemented. Option 1, modify the definition of a fishing trip to make it clear that motherships are responsible for the overall MRA of any catcher vessel delivering unsorted cod ends. Option 2, clarify that MRAs are calculated by fishery management program due to different fishing prohibitions in place for each fishery management program. Option 4, clarify that when CDQ groups, community development quota groups, clarify that CDQ groups may use any species open to directed fishing as a basis species for compliance with MRAs. Option 5, clarify that MRAs take precedence over improved retention, improved utilization regulations for catcher vessels delivering catch to a shoreside processor or stationary floating processor when catcher vessels fish in areas with different fishing prohibitions. Option 6, update IRIU regulations for Amendment 80 vessels to reflect past council actions. Option 7, review the definition of directed fishing at 50 CFR 679.2 for vessels participating in the pelagic trawl electronic monitoring program, such that vessels deploying pelagic trawl gear are directed fishing for pollock if the amount of pollock is 51% or greater of the total catch. Alternative 3, revise triggers the end of fishing trip. Revise the triggers the end of fishing trip in the definition of a fishing trip for catcher processors and motherships, not including current offload to offload species being Bering Sea Aleutian Island pollock, Bering Sea Atka mackerel, and weekly reporting period species in the Central Gulf Rockfish Program. The 3 triggers would be when any fish or fish product is offloaded. Number 2, if the vessel changes authorized gear type. And number 3, when a vessel changes FMP area. That is, when a vessel transits between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. 3 triggers would be removed. Number 1, the effective date of a different fishing prohibition in the area the vessel is fishing. Number 2, when a vessel enters or leaves an area with a different fishing prohibition. And number 3, the end of a weekly reporting period. Method 1, use all basis species accumulated on the vessel when calculating MRAs for each trip, regardless of fishery closures and protection areas. Clarify that for CPs and motherships, the lowest MRA applicable during the fishing trip does not apply during the entire trip by deleting regulations at 679.20E3 2 little i's and 679.20E3 6. Clarify that fishing trips can be resumed. Alternative 4, add additional species to offload. Add additional species to an offload to offload MRA application in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands and Gulf of Alaska for all vessel sectors. Option 2, include all groundfish species. Method 1 would only apply to catcher processors and motherships. Method 1 Use all basis species accumulated on the vessel when calculating MRAs for each trip, regardless of fishery closures and protection areas. Clarify that for CPs and motherships, the lowest MRA applicable during the fishing period does not apply during the entire trip by deleting regulations at 679.20E3 2 little i's and 679.20E3 6 bi. Clarify that MRA regulations take precedence for CPs and motherships in instances where vessels are required to meet competing standards of MRA and IRU regulations. Alternative 6, provide exemptions from MRA requirements. Provide exemptions in regulations from MRA requirements in cases of medical emergencies or mechanical emergencies. Sorry, my copy doesn't say or whether, and I hope that's what it says on the version you're seeing on the screen. Medical or mechanical emergencies or whether the end of fishing trip. Sorry about that one. And with a second, I can speak to the motion.
Second.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the staff for all this work on this really complicated and often confusing issue and making the information accessible. I think we all understand MRAs a lot better. And I'd also like to thank the AP for their hard work on their motion. I've modeled my motion largely on theirs. And this is particularly challenging not having agency staff available to help us with some of the technical issues and clarifications that we are hoping to deal with in this package. This action addresses longstanding concerns identified by both NMFS and the affected groundfish fleets. There's broad support for multiple different fishing sectors in both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska for moving this action forward, and the document is clear on the overarching positive benefits this action will have for multiple fleets. Regulations applying MRAs are outdated, highly complex, and challenging for operators and managers to understand and apply consistently. This creates conditions that require vessels to unnecessarily discard fish. No fleet wants to be forced by regulation to discard and waste marketable fish. This action clearly addresses National Standard 9 and meets the Council's mandate under the Magnuson-Stevens Act to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. This action also considers efficiency, variations among fisheries, and may help fleets avoid unnecessary discards and reduce costs. It also provides reasonable accommodation and promotes safety at sea. This is consistent with National Standards 5, 6, 7, and 10, respectively. Equally important, improving MRAs under this action would not create conservation challenges for our managed stocks or be likely to significantly impact protected species like Steller sea lions, which have numerous and extensive regulations that will remain in place. It addresses the overarching goal of minimizing bycatch as laid out in the purpose and needs statement. It clarifies how MRA regulations applies. It makes MRA calculations easier. It reduces regulatory discards by simplifying overly complicated and outdated regulations. And it addresses medical or mechanical issues that can impact MRA calculations and compliance. This action is aligned with Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, which specifically states that it is U.S. policy to, quote, unburden our commercial fishermen from costly and inefficient regulations, end quote. This action directly responds to EO 14276's request to recommend actions that could, quote, reduce burdens on domestic fishing, end quote, and, quote, increase production, end quote. It would, quote, enhance economic profitability and prevent closures, end quote. and this action was identified in the Council's list of priorities in response to that executive order. My motion is also responsive to the enforcement considerations for NOAA Fisheries and North Pacific Fishery Management Council, commonly referred to as the enforcement precepts that were developed collaboratively by NIMS Office of Law Enforcement, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the state of Alaska in 2014. That document highlighted that regulations should be simple as possible, and where feasible, seek to reduce the number of regulations. Specific to MRAs, the enforcement precepts document also recommended that Council, quote, consider reviewing and removing MRA requirements if not necessary for management, end quote. It also stated the Council should consider simplifying regulations by restricting maximum retainable amounts at delivery and not at sea. And it also recommended regulations should consider industry best practices and other industry recommendations. Moving into the alternatives and options, Alternative 2 to revise MRA regulations. As is clear from the analysis, almost all of the options under Alternative 2 are minor corrections and clarifications. Alternative 2 is intended to address limited revisions to MRAs under status quo and management. For Option 1, which modifies the definition of a fishing trip to make it clear that motherships are responsible for the overall MRA of any catcher vessel delivering unsorted cod ends. There is no management reason to increase complexity by having each catcher vessel delivery to a mothership be a single trip as requested by OLE. As we heard in public comment, doing what OLE suggests would increase complexity by having lots of single trips and will increase regulatory discards, which is counter to the purpose and need of this action. My intent is to clarify that the current MRA application of catcher vessel deliveries to motherships remains. For Option 2, which clarifies that MRAs are calculated by fishery management program. Under status quo, some CPs and motherships participate in multiple management programs and toggle back and forth between them. These vessels have concurrent trips in 2 or more management programs happening on a regular basis, for example, Amendment 80 and CDQ. My motion clarifies that fishing trips in each management program can be resumed as vessels toggle back and forth between them until a trip trigger is reached. For example, each and every haul as a vessel toggles between CDQ hauls and non-CDQ hauls should not be a separate trip. That is counter to how the fleet has operated for decades. Option 3 is not required since the motion selects Alternative 4, Alternative 4. Option 3 was intended to clarify which vessels are AFA vessels because currently they are not included in the offload to offload calculations for Bering Sea Aleutian pollock and Bering Sea mackerel. Under Alternative 4, Option 2, which is selected, AFA vessels and their replacement vessels would be included in the new regime of offload to offload MRA application for all species. The first part of Option 4 is not required since the motion selects Alternative 4, Option 2. Under this selection, all CPs, including AFA CPs harvesting non-pollock CDQ groundfish, would use the same MRA calculation method, so this is no longer needed. However, the second part, to allow CDQ groups to include any species open to directed fishing as a basis species, is still needed under this suite of action alternatives and remains in the motion. Option 7. My motion selects the 51% or more of the total catch as the new directed fishing definition for vessels operating on pelagic trawl EM trips, which captures nearly all instances of unavoidable POP incidental catch on trawl EM trips. The analysis shows that if the sub-option of 80% or greater were to be selected, a total of 38 trips from 2022 to 2024 would have still been unintentionally and unavoidably in violation of the directed fishing definition while complying with the maximum retention requirement. Vessels should not be penalized with directed fishing violations when the directed fishing definition is in conflict with the maximum retention requirement. Public comment from the impacted groundfish sector is consistent with this recommendation that 51% is the correct sub-option. Alternative 3, to revise triggers the end of fishing trip. My motion selects alternative 3, method 1, with minor clarifications to reflect issues raised in the analysis. Alternative 3 revises the definition of a fishing trip only for catcher processors and motherships. That is clear from the analysis and the specific regulations that are referenced. The catcher vessel definition of a fishing trip is, is not impacted by the selection of alternative 3. Further, the catcher vessel Sorry
about that.
Okay. The catcher vessel definition of a fishing trip is not impacted by the selection of alternative 3. Further, the catcher vessel definition of a fishing trip is outside the scope of this analysis and has not been analyzed as part of this package. In the analysis, NIMP suggests that a trigger to establish a new fishing trip would be needed when a vessel transits to a new FMP regulatory area. My motion includes clarification as it is consistent with current practice. Changing FMP regulatory areas nearly always results in a change in management program, but for those instances when the management program is the same, for example, open access in both the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, and Gulf of Alaska, including a change in FMP regulatory area as a trip trigger will ensure a new trip is triggered. This clarification is expected to have minimal impact on fishing practices. Vessels fishing in both FMP areas would need to maintain separate MRA calculations for catch in each FMP area as separate fishing trips, as is currently the case. The motion removes 3 trip triggers. 1, the effective date of a different fishing prohibition in the area the vessel is fishing. 2, when a vessel enters or leaves an area with a different fishing prohibition. And 3, the end of a weekly production period. Triggering an excessive number of trips leads to regulatory discards and is inconsistent with the purpose and need for this action. Removing these trip triggers will reduce the regulatory complexity, compliance difficulty, and reduce discards. For clarity and consistency with the remainder of the fishing trip definition, the motion picks up NIMS's recommendation on page 19 of the analysis to change the wording of a fishing trip trigger for CPs and motherships from the offload or transfer of all fish or fish products to the offload or transfer of any fish or fish products. This change does not impact the catcher vessel fishing trip definition, and as stated earlier. My motion selects method 1, Under method 1, if a species is closed in the middle of fishing operations, the impact on MRA calculations is limited to only that one trip for that specific vessel. The analysis shows that method 2 is inconsistent with the purpose and need for this action and would have a direct and significant adverse effect on vessels that happen to be fishing during the fishing opening and closure, increases discards for those trips, and imposes an unnecessary compliance challenge. From the analysis, page 97, alternative 3, method 2 would not reduce regulatory discarding from the status quo. The data in the analysis does not support the need for treating catch from closed areas as separate and distinct trips. Again, the purpose of this action is to make MRA calculations easier and reduce regulatory discards. Applying the lowest possible MRA during a trip does the opposite, and it is clear from the analysis that this method does not address any conservation concerns. While method 1 allows for the greatest opportunity to increase topping off of stellar sea lion, prey species in protected areas, those species being Atka mackerel, Pacific cod, and pollock, the analysis explains that the risk is low for an increase in prey removal to a level that would impact Steller sea lions. While Table 520 indicates increased opportunity to top off under Method 1, the analysis states that interpretation of the data at hand suggests that alternatives 3, 4, and 5 provide increased opportunity for topping off, but that in practice, the risk of increase is low. There are numerous limitations or protections already in place for Steller sea lion prey species that are detailed extensively in the analysis. These comprehensive protection measures remain in place and will not change under this action. All harvest will continue to occur under authorized Steller sea lion protection measures. For the Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea, and Gulf of Alaska, tables 510 through 515 indicate that catch is very low relative to TAC for several prey species, and the protected area catch has been consistently low for all three Steller sea lion prey species. Again, there is no indication that overall harvest will increase beyond the range of catch already considered, analyzed, and authorized in previous biological opinions. My motion clarifies that for catcher processors and motherships, the lowest MRA applicable during a fishing trip does not apply during the entire fishing trip by removing the regulations at 679.20 E3(2) as suggested by the analysis. This regulation states, for catcher processors fishing in an area close to directed fishing for a species or species group, the maximum retainable amount for that species or species group applies at any time for the duration of the fishing trip. Restricting a CP or mothership to the lowest MRA encountered for the duration of the fishing trip is inconsistent with the purpose and need, and the analyst assumed throughout the document that this regulation would no longer be in effect, and my motion affirms this. My motion also removes the regulations at 679.20 E3(6), which state, for a catcher processor with a Bering Sea Aleutian Island Pacific cod trawl mothership endorsement that receives an unsorted cod end delivered by a catcher vessel authorized to harvest and that is assigned to the PCTC program, the maximum retainable amount for each species or species group applies at any time for the duration of the fishing trip and must be applied to only the PCTC program hulls during the fishing trip. The removal of this regulation has the same rationale as the removal of 679.20 E3(2). Like CAP, my motion requests clarification that fishing trips can be resumed consistent with longstanding practice in the fishery. This may be belt and suspenders overkill, but without agency staff available to be crystal clear on the interpretation, I think it is important to speak to it here. When we talk about resuming a trip, we're talking about a trip period offload to offload when a vessel may fish in an area, enter a new area with a different fishing prohibition and fish, and then return to the first area to continue the first trip. This ability to resume a trip would also apply when a vessel fishes in a management program, then enters a second management program and fishes, and then returns to the first management program to continue the first trip. By adopting alternative 4, method 1, that I'll get to in a moment, moving catcher processors and motherships to offload resolves most of the need to resume a trip, but based on what we heard in public comment, I don't think it resolves the concern like those in the examples I just used. The new interpretation and the analysis that vessels may only resume fishing trips when fishing operations are paused for inclement weather is inconsistent with longstanding practice, would exponentially complicate accounting, increase the number of fishing trips, and increase discards. If fishing trips cannot be resumed, the impacts on paperwork complexity and discards will be immense and are directly counter to the purpose and need of this action. Alternative 4, add additional species to an offload to offload. My motion selects alternative 4, option 2, method 1, which would include all groundfish species in the offload to offload MRA application in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. Under status quo, more species MRAs are calculated instantaneously, and this leads to complicated calculations and regulatory discards nearly every day a vessel operates. Moving to an offload to offload MRA application will make trip accounting more straightforward and reduce regulatory discards for catcher processors, motherships, and catcher vessels. Catcher processors and motherships have multiple observers. All hulls are sampled, motion compensated scales are used, vessel monitoring systems are in place, and vessels report daily. This provides precise and accurate information for calculating MRAs and determining when and where fish are caught, allowing vessels to keep fish when and where they are open to directed fishing, and allowing them to keep incidental catch on an offload to offload MRA application based on the amount of basis species at offload. This will improve the efficiency of these fisheries and reduce wasteful discards that are caused by an instantaneous MRA application. For catcher vessels, there isn't a mechanism to ensure that a catcher vessel is not over the MRA while in the middle of a fishing trip without an at-sea enforcement presence. Total retained catch is not sorted and weighed on board catcher vessels. Therefore, it's difficult to determine and enforce if a catcher vessel is within the allowed MRA at any given moment of the fishing trip if enforcement were to board them. Allowing all MRAs on catcher vessels to apply an offload to offload MRA application is easiest to enforce and more closely matches current practice. It also reduces regulatory discards by allowing vessels to retain incidental catch earlier in the trip if they know they will be under the MRA by the time more basis species is on board and they make their delivery. My motion selects option 2, which modifies the management period to offload MRA applications for all species for all vessel sectors, catcher vessel, catcher processor, and mothership. Option 2 is easier for the fleet to understand and comply with, and is easier enforcement to enforce. One outstanding issue that I want to flag here, the current regulatory offload applications for Bering Sea, Aleutian Island pollock, and Bering Sea acra mackerel use an offload definition of removal of any fish or fish product. The analyst asked on page 19 if this is how the language should read for all other species selected under option 2, and public comment noted the application might create unintended consequences for the catcher vessel fleet. The council recommends a careful review of any potential interactions between the action alternative selected here and the catcher vessel status quo fishing trip definition to mitigate any unintended consequences for the catcher vessel fleet under this alternative. For catcher processors and motherships, my motion also does the following. Select method 1 for alternative 4 with the same rationale as presented for method 1 under alternative 3 that I won't repeat here. It recommends clarifying that for catcher processors and motherships, that the lowest MRA applicable during the trip does not apply during the entire trip, and this regulation should be removed consistent with alternative 3 and the analyst assumption. It recommends clarification of the precedence of MRA over IRU, separate and distinct from alternative 2, option 5, which deals with catcher vessels delivering catch to a shoreside processor or stationary floating processor. Catcher processors and catcher vessels delivering to motherships are not provided regulatory clarity about the simultaneous application and contradictory regulations where the MRA and IRIU meet. Coming in exactly at but not over the MRA is extremely complicated and challenging for vessel operators. The challenge of complying with contradictory regulations was recognized when the IRIU program was implemented nearly 30 years ago. For all vessels, it should be clear how to comply with contradictory regulations that both require the discard and retention of IRIU species. My intent is that the MRA regulations take precedence, meaning that if a vessel has to err, it does so on the side of complying with the MRA calculation, that being more discards. This is consistent with the agency's suggestion. And alternative 6, to provide exemptions from MRA requirements. I noted that there's broad support from groundfish sectors for providing exemptions for medical emergencies, mechanical emergencies, or poor weather that ends a fishing trip. There have been a number of cases where vessels have been forced to return to port in the middle of a trip due to well-documented mechanical and medical issues or for weather. Regulations should accommodate those issues and not penalize fishermen for elements that are often beyond their control. I did consider the concern noted about trying to craft language for the exemption of poor weather. I firmly believe that this council always considers safety at sea to be a priority, and I think that weather should be considered in the list of exemptions as part of this motion. I think that this council can send a very clear message that when it comes to weather and safety at sea for any vessel in their particular circumstances, that those vessels should not have the added burden of unreasonably or punitive enforcement actions. In that vein, the council encourages OLE to focus on compliance assistance during the implementation of this package. The council is providing policy direction, but I will offer a few suggestions on specific regulatory approaches for NIMS to consider as it moves forward with developing a proposed rule. First, the Alaska region already has an exemption from regulations for seabird avoidance measures if winds and storm conditions are above specific defined conditions. I don't think anyone's looking for that level of specificity in regulation, noting the broad array of vessel sizes and types affected by MRA regulations. Second, the stellar sea lion no transit zone exemptions at 50 CFR 224.103D24 and states emergency situations. Paragraph D12 of this section does not apply to an emergency situation in which compliance with that provision presents a threat to the health, safety, or life of a person or presents a significant threat to the vessel or property. Either of those approaches could be expanded to and coupled with a notification process to ensure that there's a clear process for OLE to review those specific cases and ensure conditions are met. Alternatively, NIMS could establish a review process after receiving a notification of a trip ending early due to weather. After this notification, the regional administrator and/or OLE could consider a defined range of factors in determining whether to allow an exemption. This could include requesting documentation on weather conditions affecting the vessel, a review of independent data on weather conditions, and whether the vessel has repeatedly sought exemptions or other factors. This kind of discretionary review is not new to NIMS. NIMS regularly exercises discretion in in-season management, whether to issue quota in various catch-share programs due to unavoidable circumstances, medical transfer provisions, and other regulations. I am confident that NIMS can craft reasonable provisions for this limited exemption process. Again, I don't think the council can or should be crafting specific regulatory language, but it seems to me that these are some reasonable approaches NIMS can pursue. I'll also note that after implementation, if this provision proves more challenging than I believe it will be, we will have information available about how often exemptions are sought and in what type of fisheries. If this becomes an issue of concern, we will know and we can take action as needed. That's our role as a council. Because weather really is an issue for catcher vessels, I suspect the amount of potential excess catch that is retained instead of discarded will be limited under this provision. I would also encourage NIMS to retain the provision that the rest of the management. I would also encourage NIMS to retain this provision with the rest of the management measures. However, if, in spite of our guidance, NIMS is not able to implement this provision, then I suggest the rest of the management provisions move forward and NIMS work with the affected stakeholders through an open process to craft solutions and provide reasonable accommodation to the fleet on this specific provision. I don't believe that will be necessary, and I strongly urge NIMS and OLE to work to address our clear policy recommendation in a single and expedited package. And with that, Madam Chair, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the motion and the thorough rationale. I'll see if there are any questions for Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, Mr. Ferland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion and in particular for taking the time to walk through in detail the rationale for it. This is an action that's gotten a lot of attention. The agency is generally very supportive. It won't surprise you that I've got a question about the weather exemption. So Ms. Holman's presentation yesterday noted that we would need more guidance from the council as to what a weather exemption should cover, that the analysis doesn't provide that. The motion likewise doesn't provide any specifics on what a weather exemption should look like. I appreciate that you spoke to this in your rationale and suggested some approaches, but none of those approaches have been analyzed by staff. So I guess I'm still looking for a little more clarification on what your expectations would be for how NIMS would interpret the council's intent for a weather exemption, for how broad the exemption should be, what type of information should be used, et cetera. And you noted at the end there that if, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I don't have this right, but I think my understanding was if NIMS were to determine that a weather exemption simply can't be implemented, that the agency should proceed with the rest of the package. And so I wonder if you could kind of clarify your intent on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin, through the chair. I'll start with the last part first. It's really clear from public comment that making these MRI adjustments is really important to the fleet and would go a long way and be helpful and be responsive to the executive order. I don't want this issue of a weather exemption to be a hang-up that keeps the entire thing from moving forward. If we need to deal with that separately, then I think the rest of it could go forward. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second there. I guess trying to remember some of the first part of your question then. I think that with both the two examples that I cited that we currently have in Alaska regulations, those could provide a template for an approach that the agency could take in drafting language for a potential weather exemption. We had in one of our public comment letters, there was a flag for some language from other regions that could also provide some template language. I think alternatively, we heard in public comment, and I noted another approach would be a discretionary approach that the regional administrator and OLE could develop. And I think when we talk about regulations in the council process and enforceability, it gets complicated and confusing because sometimes we hear from enforcement very specific criteria that they're looking for, straight lines, boxes, not things like contours. In this case, we have a recommendation for not being that prescriptive. And so particularly and maybe you can help provide some additional guidance on what kind of criteria or parameters you would be looking for that maybe we can be a bit more specific to your question, but not having OLE here to help understand what might or might not be enforceable would be helpful, but we don't have that. So with the limited information on what to include, it's not clear to me what parameters you would need to find to give you that comfort level.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up.
Yes, Mr. Kremen.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven, for the response. Let me ask, particularly on this issue about sort of practicability of evaluating a potential weather exemption. Am I understanding your intent to be that if the agency, if this motion were to pass, and if the agency were to rigorously explore ways to implement this and determine that there are difficulties, are you suggesting that that your intent would be that the agency, if there are such difficulties, would proceed with the rest of the rulemaking rather than coming back to the council and saying we can't proceed with the MRA rulemaking until the council clarifies XYZ other specific issues around the weather exemption? What would you have the agency do in that circumstance?
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Yes, that would be my intention, that the agency would proceed with the rest of it, but not include the weather provision. I would anticipate that, I would expect that it wouldn't just be that it was hard to do, but that there was some issue that made it almost impossible to do. That's not quite the word I'm looking for, but the example of the Stellar Sea Line Transit exemption, I think is a really good template for how we might craft something like this.
Thanks for your response.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Vanderhoeven? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven, for the motion. I just wanted, I'm sure you said it, but to better clarify for me the piece that says clarify that fishing trips can be resumed. So your intent is that clarify that fishing trips can be resumed in all these circumstances with the exception of the 3 triggers that you identify in the motion. Is that, did I understand that correctly?
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions? Any amendments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you,
Madam Chair. I think this is the appropriate, I was just waiting to see if there were any other amendments, but I was not seeing, is this the appropriate time to do the deeming motion?
I will, it would be, yep, I'll just maybe just do a final call, any amendments? And seeing none, please proceed, Ms. Baker.
Thought it was. Sorry, I should have asked earlier. I did, Madam Chair, because we are virtual and it's more difficult to coordinate. I emailed the deeming motion to staff, but I didn't get a confirmation, so I'm not. Oh, thank you. Great. Okay. I just thought that would be easier. We usually do it verbally, but all right, Madam Chair, thank you. I move that the council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C. The council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under Section 303C are consistent with these instructions. The second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the standard deeming motion that the council needs to make when it takes final action in order to deem proposed regulations. As you'll recall, the council has two options in terms of deeming as we move forward. I've chosen the second option here, that the council authorizes the executive director and chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS. This retains, however, I just want to note that the executive director and chair do have the ability to withhold submission of the FMP and proposed regulations if you so deem that the draft proposed regulations are not in keeping with council intent. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions on the amendment? Any opposition? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Baker. So we have the amended main motion. Any comments? Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate Ms. Vanderhoven's motion and support the action generally. I do want to speak a bit more at the risk of belaboring it to the weather issue. I think everyone knows that the agency has advised against adding language for a weather exemption to MRAs due to the subjectivity of determining the severity of weather for different vessel sizes and levels of crew experience that's discussed in section 4.5 of the analysis. The agency does support any council decision to provide an exemption for mechanical or medical emergencies. Allowing weather as an exemption for MRA overages could create a significant loophole, making a regulation difficult to enforce. And I want to stress the recognition of the safety issue. Vessel captains always have the authority and the responsibility to prioritize safety. NOAA Fisheries knows that. The Office of Law Enforcement knows that. The expectation is that fishing trip planning, of course, accounts for potential weather, but everybody understands that the weather can turn, and captains need to be able to respond accordingly and shouldn't be second guessing a decision to do that. Should put safety first. Local weather is difficult to independently verify when looking at this from the standpoint of whether it's a valid use of an exemption. So that would make fair enforcement of a weather exemption difficult. Inclement weather, of course, is common in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska, making a weather exemption possible very frequently. We've heard from industry that they don't think that would be the case, but it could be that that an exemption is invoked with some frequency. In general, when framing regulations, sort of the best practice is to avoid a built-in exemption that would be used routinely.
if an exemption is invoked often, that could make rules harder to enforce and possibly ineffective. Although there are existing weather exemptions in National Marine Fishery Service regulations for specific circumstances, the breadth of the MRA regs, the broad applicability to different vessels, different circumstances makes this situation a bit different. And given that broad applicability, many different types of vessels are covered, and thus there's wide variability in how specific weather conditions may affect them. Dangerous weather for one vessel may be no big deal for another, complicating enforcement if there is a weather exemption. So if the council's intent is to, if the council does pass this motion, it would complicate rulemaking. NMFS has envisioned being able to implement these MRA adjustments pretty quickly, hopefully having them in effect in mid-2026 because of the straightforward nature of the changes that we had anticipated the council would recommend. Adding this exemption would make the rule writing process more involved, and I would anticipate pretty significant questions from our Office of Law Enforcement as well as General Counsel, which normally, if that were to come up, we would bring an action back to the council for additional clarification before we proceed with issuing a proposed rule. So that's why I wanted to clarify Ms. Vanderhoven's intent on that issue. And it would be helpful for the agency if, just to get sort of a broader flavor from other council members, if in discussion on the motion, I could hear from some other council members about that intent, that if the council's intent really is to have the agency make a judgment call on this, and if we find it's too problematic, that we proceed with rulemaking without bringing this back to the council, or alternatively, if council members would prefer that we do bring it back, recognizing that that likely would delay implementation quite a bit longer if we can implement a weather exemption at all. So those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ron. So we'll go to, we'll take note of your request. Go to Mr. Moeller and then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I believe it's responsive to the purpose and need and is consistent with a number of national standards that you've identified in your motion. And I am of particular, I appreciate the agency's position relative to alternative 6, specifically the weather exemption. But I also fully appreciate the industry's request, and I just don't have a response to Mr. Curlin's specific question in terms of what this council member thinks is a path forward to what seems to be a little bit bumpy relative to including a regulation on the weather. But, you know, I would point out that, you know, ultimately, as we heard in public testimony, the captain is responsible for the well-being and safety of the crew. But the captain is also responsible for the economic success of a fishing trip. So for those reasons, I don't believe that, you know, a weather exemption necessarily would be taken lightly. I don't necessarily buy into the fact that it would be abused. In fact, I think it wouldn't be, just from an economic standpoint and the success of a fishing trip. So with that in mind, I mean, to the extent we can try to figure out a path forward here to include, without compromising the implementation of the rest of the action here, to include a weather exemption. I don't, again, Mr. Curlin, have anything specific relative to what that, you know, the next steps would be necessary to try to include that, but would urge the agency to use the existing you know, weather exemptions that we have across the country and in the North Pacific as examples of a potential pathway forward to creating regulations on a weather exemption. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate your indulging my comments here, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moeller. We'll go to Ms. Kimball next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Kurland, and I think he's given us a tremendous heads up that if we're not providing more detail here, then it's less than likely that the agency will find a path forward. So I just wanted to be clear that I think folks are asking for this in part because that the case-by-case approach that keeps being mentioned, it really hasn't worked in some cases. I think there have been people that have documented issues that OLE is still not applying their discretion and they're issuing violations. And I think that's the issue. I do think that because of this heads up, which I very much appreciate from Mr. Kurland, my support is in Ms. Vanderhoven's intent that if the weather waiver or whatever we're calling it can't be implemented through regulation, that the rest of the package goes forward and that it doesn't come back to the council for a lot of delay. So that would be my individual preference.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. I did want to respond directly to Mr. Kurland's request, and I'll add, essentially align myself with Ms. Kimball's comments in terms of what I would like to see for the weather exemption aspect of this motion. And I'm going to pause because I'm assuming council members have other more general comments since we are at final action, but are we responding to Mr. Kurland's?
Yes, yeah,
right now.
Ms. Baker, I believe that would be the most efficient way to approach this. So if I appreciate that, and we'll open up the floor for any other direct responses before broader comments on the motion. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll just align with Nicole and Rachel's comments as how to approach this.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Any others? Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will agree with Ms. Kimball regarding how to move forward with this if we are unable to come up with a reasonable approach to this weather exception, although I find it very difficult to imagine that we can't in this day and age come up, given the kinds of information that are available to us. I understand that there are variabilities based on the size of the ships and the boats and all of that kind of thing, but we have a lot of ability to gather information out there. I mentioned and asked several questions regarding the issue of notification prior to ending a trip due to weather. I think there's an avenue there that can make it work. But at the end of the day, if NIMS is unable to move this package forward with the weather exemption in there, I'll support Ms. Kimball's approach, reluctantly though. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any others? Okay. Thank you all. I think there's large concurrence here, Mr. Kurland, and strong preference at the agency people to work through this with understanding that there's some complexities, but that the general package forward, if that's not a possibility, and not come back to the council. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, for allowing the dialogue on that. It's very helpful.
Yep, I appreciate the question. Okay, I'll open up the floor to general comments on the motion. Yes, Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, and also thank you to the AP for their work on this motion. I support this package. I think it does reduce discards and simplifies the enforcement in most cases. But I do have some concerns about the catch limits that was brought up by a few testifiers. I know that there are tax and things in place that protect the overall harvest of the species, but there definitely seems like there's potential for a reallocation of that catch to different sectors and different fleets. And so I think we do need to be sensitive to that. Having said that, in general, I think this package is a good one, and so I will be supporting it.
And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will add my thanks to all of the staff that worked on this, both council and agency, and the AP in particular, for working through some really complex issues like we've heard. I also wanted to add my support to this motion. I agree that it is quite responsive to the council's purpose and need, and just wanted to note in particular that purpose and need because I'm going to build on some of the concerns we heard about in public comment and a little bit at the AP as well, related to some of the potential incentives under our MRA management program and some of intersector impacts. And I would just note in the purpose and need for this MRA adjustments action, we were clear that the council intends to maintain the original intent of MRAs. And so I appreciate that, we heard some concerns about that, but I just want to be very clear that that has been the purpose of this action from the beginning. We were clear that we were not considering changes to the MRA percentages or essentially changes to how MRAs assist in limiting harvest of ground fish species within total allowable catch. So for the purposes of this focused action, I am very supportive of the motion that was put forward. And I think if there are other actions that we need to think about, we can do that separately. But I just really wanted to make it clear and point people back to the purpose and need that we have for this action, but also acknowledge, some of the concerns we heard in testimony and in the advisory panel report about some of those other impacts of our MRA management. So I'll support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I'd like to align myself with the comments of Ms. Baker and Mr. Sukata. I think that there's a lot of merits to this motion. It addresses the purpose and need very well, and I'll be supporting it. I also just want to take a moment to thank the AP for the hard work on the, what's a really technical motion, and for the work by Ms. Holman for presenting it to us well without being able to phone a friend. So thank you. For those reasons, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. Overall, I'm supportive of actions like this one that look for operational flexibility and increased efficiency for fishing fleets, as long as they impact other fisheries nor increase bycatch habitat or ecosystem impacts. With this action, I have concerns about further incentivizing topping off behavior of non-target species and the potential for preempting others' access to those species. I'd ask that NMFS monitor and track changes because of this action and report back during incident reports so that the showing more turning off, increased exemption requests, or an increased risk of preempting other sectors. But with that, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. And Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven, for this motion. Boy, as a freshman council member here on day 2 of our first meeting, this was an incredibly complicated issue, and appreciate everyone's work on this. One item that I see within the AP report, and I don't think it necessarily needs to be included in the motion, but I just want to amplify the concern, which was encouraging the Office of Law Enforcement to focus on compliance, assistance, and communication with the affected fleet during implementation of this package. I think, a few months from now, when this rule's coming out, I know that's something that we do often here with our law enforcement, is spend a lot of time on communication and outreach and helping people comply with the new regulation set rather than grabbing the infraction book. So I hope that's something that can be voiced, Mr. Kirtland, and as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pamplin. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I will support the motion as well, and particularly the approach that Ms. Kimball has suggested and introduced. But my last comment is on the weather provision. My hope would be that the agency aggressively looks at options to implement some weather exemption for the fleet. And I'll leave my comments there. And again, I'll support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Munger, and
Did you call on me? I didn't hear you.
I did, yes, Ms.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. Through the chair, I'll be supporting the motion as well. I think at least alternative 2 does a good job of streamlining and correcting a lot of things. And I think we're moving toward a more enforceable situation, since in practice, instantaneous application of MRAs is really not enforceable. So I like that we're moving in that direction. I don't really see a risk of preempting other sectors. I do see a possibility of behavior change. I think that's highlighted in the analysis, and I'm hoping maybe Ms. Goen said this, that in our in-season management report, we'd have some indication of whether behavior really did change. The preemption of other sectors, I just don't see that as a high risk at all. I do see and agree with some concerns about how to then deal with what happens when a sector starts to go over TAC, and what kind of tools do we have in place to modify that or control that. But that's not really at issue under this particular action. And I take Ms. Baker's comments very seriously about really looking at our purpose and need and what we're trying to accomplish. And overall, this should be a positive action in terms of maximizing retention and utilization. And that's one of our fundamental standards. I just also wanted to say that I appreciate the part and support the clarification of resuming a trip. I'm really troubled in this action and in our previous B report action when we get an OLE interpretation of a regulation that is very different from decades of past practice and past guidance. And that's not done through an FR notice or anything else except a violation. I don't think that's really how the agency has operated in the past. And it's really troubling to me that that's what we're seeing now. My last comment is that I think it's clear to me, and I hope that the agency would speak up if they thought differently, that this is not a cost recoverable action, either the implementation or writing the rule. We have had MRAs in place well before all of our LAPP programs. Same with any kind of compliance assistance that happens under this action. And so I don't see this as an incremental cost associated with any LAPP program associated with our fisheries. So with that said, I will support the motion. Thanks.
thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I intend to support the motion. I won't go through. I certainly support the comments that my fellow council members have made. I just wanted to, I guess, enhance or add some support to what Mr. Pamplin said regarding OLE's opportunity to help implement this. Maybe we're faced with an opportunity here. We're going to have a new set of very complex regulations that have been a challenge, I think, for at least for me and many people to understand. Maybe we can turn a page here a little bit or change the narrative just a bit and use this opportunity to try and get OLE support for a reasonable approach to implementation, and understanding that people across the board aren't going to understand these rules entirely 100%, and that an effort to try and put these rules in place and do it in a way that is reasonable and considers the complexity is important. So I hope we maybe use this as an opportunity to change some of the narrative that we've been talking about for the last year or more. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other comments? And thanks again, Ms. Vanderhoven, for all of your work on this motion. Also send my appreciation to the advisory panel, as well as agency staff and Ms. Holman for the presentation yesterday that she gave without a lot of support. So exercise that was. So with that, we're at final action, and we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on the main motion as amended. Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Goen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Moeller,
Yes.
Mr. Pamplin,
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Dropnika.
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0, unanimous.
Any further action on C1? Seeing none, let's take a mid-morning break, come back at 10:30, and we will begin our staff presentation on C2.
Squirrels keep running back and forth under the window. Hey, we bought some turkey, didn't we, for me to have a sandwich?
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to begin our C2 agenda item, and we have Sarah Cleaver here from council staff.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Just doing a sound check.
Good morning.
Good morning. So Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Good morning, council members. Under this agenda item, the council will receive the draft 2026 annual deployment plan for the North Pacific Observer Program, and you may provide recommendations to NIMP for the final ADP. That ADP with the final budget and the resulting coverage rates will be provided on the council's December agenda under B reports as a written document. First, I will provide a presentation put together and intended to be presented by agency staff from the Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division at the Science Center. Ms. Lisa Thompson and Mr. Jeff Mayhew would have been here presenting for you today. Lisa Thompson is the Deputy Director of FMA, and she continues to cover the tasks of the Director for the FMA Division. We also, we're supposed to have Dr. Jason Janot with us today. He's the Analytical Services Supervisor of FMA, and so he continues to cover the tasks that Ms. Thompson would normally cover as the Deputy Director until a new director of that division can be hired. So it's unfortunate that that the council won't benefit from their presence and expertise today, but I'll do my best to provide their presentation. And I do want to acknowledge the work that they and their staff put into both the ADP, the draft ADP, as well as their presentations to the monitoring committees and the advisory panel. So after the presentation on the draft ADP, I'll provide a summary of the recent committee reports from FMAC and PCFMAC. And on your e-agenda, you'll see the draft 2026 ADP document, the committee reports, and the link to those committee meetings. And PowerPoint. How does that look? Can you see the presentation all right?
Yes, we've got it.
Okay, great. So the monitoring program here in the North Pacific is designed to collect credible, statistically rigorous scientific data using all available tools. This includes at-sea observers, shoreside observers, and EM systems for catch information and for compliance monitoring. And NIMP aims to gather comprehensive data for a lot of different analytical needs. There are multiple objectives of this program, and so balancing all of those varied objectives is a key aspect of the NIMP approach to this monitoring system. The council and its monitoring advisory committees provide and help develop priorities, and the council receives those reports and signs off on those priorities. And this includes efficient distribution of monitoring efforts in order to try to maximize coverage within the allocated budget. And a key priority for the council, as you know, has been increasing monitoring in trawl fisheries for prohibited species catch accounting. The final point on this slide is that the council and its monitoring advisory committees, as they prioritize monitoring that tries to minimize disruption to fishing operations, there is some tension inherent in any monitoring program, but NIMP has over the years actively incorporated a lot of feedback from these groups throughout the development of the ADP. There we go. So the ADP aims to address these diverse analytical and management needs of its users, and one of the key challenges is to gather data that accurately represents the full spectrum of fishing activities, and that ensures that the collected samples reflect the characteristics of the broader population of fishing trips and fishing behavior. Ms. Thompson extends gratitude from the FMA division to the council for your letter to the Office of Management and Budget that the council sent in July, and that was regarding the sequestered funds from previous years. The funds had been held up due to the new financial system that was implemented, and the funds have now been located. OMB has requested their full apportionment to the Science Center, and the division is monitoring the arrival of those funds, but they were included in the budgeting process for this draft ADP, in the budget that's in this draft ADP. The table that's on this slide just details the video review progress for 2025 for both fixed gear and trawl EM programs. And this is just provided to show that there have been some significant improvements in the video review process, and NMFS anticipates that they will have all of the drives reviewed by the end of the year. Moving on to the monitoring approach for 2026. In the draft ADP, there are 4 monitoring types, and this is just a simplistic overview, just a simplistic overview of the monitoring options available and the types of fishing operations that they're used on. If there are any questions, I can go over that, but I won't go into detail on this slide since this is information that I think that the council knows very well. This is a snapshot of expected monitoring in 2026 as directed by the ADP. And this is the percent of retained catch that is monitored by fishery. So for example, roughly 87% of retained catch in the BSAI fixed gear fishery is monitored. So that's how to interpret this table. And we'll get into the details of this table a little bit later in the presentation. For the preliminary 2026 budget, the analysts use an estimate of about 4.75 million, and that is preliminary, as the final budget will be used for the final ADP in December. And in putting this together, it's become clear to NMFS that they need to develop a very specific plan for budgeting within trawl EM coverage. And this is because, as often happens with new implementation of any program, they are finding that some operations are deviating from how they were conducted during the EFP. So FMA will work to try to account for and implement these updates into the budget before the final ADP is released. The last bullet on this slide just indicates that last year there was even more uncertainty than this year in the preliminary budget because NMFS didn't have the full partial coverage contract in place, and now they do know what the cost for observer coverage in this year's ADP is. So there's a little bit less uncertainty than there was last year in this preliminary budget. This slide demonstrates what the uncertainty still is of those fee projections based on the wrap up of the fishing seasons each year. So as of September 3rd, we are just under $1 million short on the projected fee revenues. This last bullet is addressed through the what I mentioned earlier with FMA being able to have progress and track the funds that will that they expect to receive very soon, and they've included in the preliminary budget. So there's been an update to that bullet. just shows a timeline of where we are in the current fiscal year and where the grants and contracts fall. So we are in year one, right at the beginning of October, actually, not where this arrow is in September. Year two was funded, and the Pacific States grant was funded as well. These are the updates that are planned for the final version of the ADP. There are near final predictions for the 2025 landing fee revenue that will be available for the final ADP. NMFS continues to define the needs for calculating and finalizing the EM hardware servicing costs through Pacific States. And as I mentioned before, the partial coverage contract option year one has been awarded, so they have the known pricing for the guaranteed days, option days, and plant observer days, and with a known amount of money obligated for observer travel support. With that, they should be able to have more accurate estimates. So Ms. Thompson did note, I think in our committee meeting, that the travel costs have increased a little bit this year, just due to, I believe there was an airline lost in Dutch Harbor. There might have been a few other things, but those costs do vary a little bit each year. Federal funding allowed NMFS to fund the electronic technologies grant to PAC states, and they received funding supporting the TRAL EM program. The last piece of this, also regarding TRAL EM, is that FMA is currently requesting more defined plans on the total cost to include lodging and per diem in Kodiak for plant coverage. This was due to some arrangements with processing plants changing, and so they are trying to make sure that they have updated costs for the final budget regarding those costs. I will walk through details of the partial coverage deployment plan for 2026 now. The sample design for 2026 is largely unchanged this year. It's continuing the design implemented in 2024 and 2025, so what's on the water right now. The fishing trips and shoreside deliveries are the sample units again, and those are the units to which the random sampling is applied in odds. And since 2024, the stratification method that is used in the ADP has been the same. So NMFS stratifies the sample trips or shoreside deliveries within partial coverage based on the monitoring methods that are used, whether it's observers, EM, or none, and then also stratifies by the gear types that are used and which FMP will be predominantly fished. They then assign the sample rates or allocate to each stratum, and that is intended to reduce the spatial and temporal data gaps and to ensure that the sample sizes are adequate in order to guard against low sample sizes. And this just makes sure that there are enough trips in each stratum. That's essentially what we've referred to as the proximity allocation algorithm, and that calculates the highest rate that can be afforded under the given budget. We will have 8 partial coverage strata as shown here on the slide. 4 at the observer strata, each split by gear type and FMP, and then 2 fixed gear EM strata, also split by FMP. Gulf EM trawl with shoreside observers, and then the no selection strata, which are not sampled. The proximity allocation method that I just mentioned only applies to the at-sea monitoring strata. So this includes EM fixed gear, and the deployment of monitoring for EM trawl in the Gulf with the shoreside observers that are stationed at a plant is logistically very different from at-sea monitoring. So when calculating the costs of our monitoring programs, and specifically of this stratum, they first calculate the cost for this stratum, and then they subtract it from the rest of the monitoring budget before they allocate the rest of that budget to the at-sea monitoring strata.
Yes, looks like Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I just wanted to delve into that a little bit more on why EM trawl is excluded. I mean, my understanding is because even though it's listed as under partial coverage, the EM trawl program regulates that the cameras must be on 100% of the time for every trip if you're in that strata. And there's 100% accounting of halibut and salmon at the dock. And then what's partial about it is really there's 30 or 33% biological samples of fish done at the dock. And so because we're not trying to create a coverage rate different from 100%, we've taken it out of the proximity allocation and out of the cost calculation to ensure we have fundings for full coverage on that fleet. And I just want to make sure that that's the understanding. Is that right?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is correct. The other piece is that because this stratum has the shoreside observers, the cost of those observers is they need to be there at the plant every day. And so those costs that are associated with that get estimated and allocated first before the leftover budget is then allocated across the other strata.
Thank you.
This kind of delves into that a little bit more. I won't go through the specifics of all of this, but this breaks down a little bit what those costs in this strata are, and this explains a little bit more about why those costs are included separately. So the total estimated costs for EM trawl Gulf stratum for 2026 is $863,000. So once you subtract that cost from the total budget, the rest gets allocated to at-sea coverage. Then these costs for the at-sea observers similarly include labor costs, but they are done by number of sea days, and then the travel costs. And travel costs are based off of actual costs in recent years. That's kind of the best estimate for that. The costs for EM fixed gear include the equipment maintenance costs and data storage and data review costs. Like with EM trawl, any costs that are associated with equipment replacements or installation are assumed to be funded externally from what we've called the Murkowski funds. So that was a little bit on costs. This is a slide that the council has seen, I think, similar to this before. This is just reiterating how the proximity allocation algorithm gets applied to fishing effort of the at-sea monitoring strata. So they use the most recent full year of fishing effort. And then based on each stratum's number of trips and the spatial and temporal distribution of fishing effort, the algorithm then determines the sampling rates that best reduce data gaps and then guard against the low sample sizes, as I mentioned before. So this then calculates a sampling rate for each strata such that those two factors are weighed into that. Again, after subtracting the $863,000 estimated cost of EM trawl Gulf stratum from the total budget of roughly $4.75 million, approximately $2.9 million was allocated to monitoring by at-sea observers, and then roughly $1 million was allocated to the fixed gear EM program. As a reminder, as we consider the funds that are allocated to each monitoring method, it's also important to consider the different types of data that get collected by each monitoring method. So only the at-sea observers collect all data types. That includes the catch characteristics, biological data, and protected species data. The EM trawl and shoreside observer stratum collects most data, but the catch data is collected at a really at a coarser resolution. And the EM fixed gear stratum largely collects count data of catch, and that requires specific weight data to be collected separately by at-sea observers in order to convert those counts to tonnage for management purposes. And this slide, kind of the point of this slide is really to highlight that how funds are allocated to different monitoring programs. When we look at that, we don't want to just look at the number of trips that occur or the sampling rates, but also the types of data that get collected by each monitoring method. And so it's not just a cost per day or cost per trip, but also cost per whatever type of data gets measured. This slide has a little bit more detail on the EM trawl stratum. The shoreside observers have up to, oh, sorry, I think this is went too far in my slide. Oh yes, this one I just spoke to a little bit, and I'll get into detail on this more on this slide. I think I missed a slide. So going into a little bit more detail on this stratum, in the full coverage portion, all four of the objectives at the top, salmon bycatch, halibut bycatch, and salmon genetic samples, as well as biological samples from non-salmon species, those are met during every delivery. And then in the partial coverage Gulf portion, all EM deliveries, so all shoreside deliveries with EM meet objectives 1 through 3. And then as a reminder, 1/3 of those deliveries are randomly sampled for the non-salmon biological data. And NIMS has also set up the program so that they can leverage the observers in the Gulf plant to also conduct salmon enumeration for the observer trawl Gulf trips that are monitored by at-sea observers. So this is just an excerpt of table B3 in the ADP. And while we've focused on the partial coverage sector of the monitoring program, because we need to determine how to spend those funds, we want to acknowledge, NIMS wants to acknowledge that 90% of the tonnage in the North Pacific is caught by the full coverage fleet. And so this table back sorry, slides are a little bit mixed up. The table presents the expected number of trips for 2026 in the full coverage pool, as well as the EM trawl BSAI pool. So this summarizes I think my slides are coming through delayed, so just bear with me here. This is your preliminary partial coverage selection rates that I was just speaking to, but I think there's a little bit of a lag in my Zoom. So this just summarizes those preliminary sampling rates. They are relatively similar to the rates that are assigned in the 2025 ADP. They're subject to change, as with every year in the final ADP as the budget gets a little bit more certain, and NIMS can provide all the information as they update those costs. They will have updated information on anticipated fishing effort, and these final rates will then be presented to the council in December.
Ms. Cleaver, looks like we have a question for you, Ms. Bowen.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cleaver, for the presentation. And bear with me here as I learn more about ADPs. But as far as the selection rate, you may have heard under B reports there was concern over rates getting too low. Is there a target selection rate for the different sectors that you want to make sure you stay above?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen. So the rates for the rates stated in the ADP are the target sampling rates, and then every year in the annual report you get a report out on how well those rates were achieved and in which stratum. And the rates in the discussions that we've had both in the monitoring committee meetings and with NIMS, the selection rates this year are not too different than last year, but they have changed both with a decreasing budget as well as the way that the proximity allocation method works. The NIMS discussed how they are, because these trips are they're trying to minimize data gaps in space and time. There's kind of a different comfort level with the selection rates because the rates themselves are not really the only thing to focus on. The trips are selected in such a way that they can really minimize those data gaps. And so stratum that have smaller number of trips, you still need to make sure that you are sampling enough in those if those stratum are very different than other stratum in terms of how the fishing effort is and fishing behavior is distributed. So there is a target rate. These are those target selection rates, and then we will see the final selection rates because these will change a little bit in December.
For that, and briefly a second question, is there a floor where below which you know, if a target rate popped up, I don't know, say 2%, is there a floor where you'd say, wait a minute, this isn't enough?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, in the annual report every year, NIMS kind of highlights where those target rates were not met. And I don't think there is for each stratum, a specific floor, but they always speak to kind of the reasoning of why they think that rate might have not been met that year. And then if needed, they adjust in the sampling plan the following year based on the previous year's fishing effort.
Chris Kimball.
Thank you, Sarah or Cleaver, for the presentation. I guess my question too, I think you skipped over the full coverage slide. I don't need you to go back, but and I agree that the agency and our committee recommendations were really clear that we should focus less on the rates. But one of the other things they mentioned is this proximity allocation method, closing those gaps so that kind of what our minimum selection rate might be is changing. And they mentioned to us that they're undergoing a CIE review, a Center for Independent Expert Review, on the proximity allocation method, which I think would shed more light on kind of how effective is that method under the rates that we can afford. So my question is, do you know when the council might see the results of that CIE review, or is that something I need to wait to ask NIMS for?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, Dr. Janot indicated that the council will likely see the outcome of that CIE review. I think the review is actually occurring right after next June's council meeting. So I think our PCFMAC meeting next September, we would likely hear about the results of that review.
Okay, thank you. My second question through the chair was about the EM trawl GOA strata, and I think it's hard to look at the rates without understanding kind of the number of vessels or the movement that we've made into that strata. So one of the situations with regulating trawl EM is the ability to move almost the entire pelagic sector into what is essentially full coverage. And I'm wondering if you have a note on how many of the Gulf vessels will be in EM next year, or the percentage of the total fleet, so that we get a better understanding of how much of the fleet will be in that 100% compliance, 100% PSC accounting, as opposed to at-sea observers with basket samples.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So for fixed gear EM in 2024, NMFS approved, I think it was 177 vessels in that fixed gear EM selection pool. Only 96 of those vessels were selected in that year to turn their system on for one or more fishing trips. But as far as the 2025 fishing year, so not even for next year, but the 2025 fishing season, we don't have the final numbers for that yet, but an update will be provided in the annual report next June.
And I'm sorry, Sarah, I was asking, do you know how many of the Gulf trawl fleet are going to opt into EM at this point, or is that still undetermined?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So I think it is, if not every vessel, I believe there might just be one vessel that still hasn't opted in. But I think that's what I remember from that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kaplan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Cleaver, thanks for the presentation. I'm not sure if this is the right spot to ask this question or at another time, but just when I'm thinking about resourcing observer coverage here for 2026, would you mind going to slide, I think it's number 22, please? It's the one that's titled Dockside Sampling for Pelagic Pollock Fishery. Thanks. So, you know, the real cost here, I think, in terms of gathering the salmon genetic samples is associated with the staff time for the observer rather than necessarily running the genetics. And certainly not asking you to comment on the strata here for genetics, but given the heightened scrutiny of PSC, is this the opportunity to discuss or encourage NMFS when they prepare their final report in December to look at that sampling scheme for collecting genetic samples for Chinook and chum? And then also, would this be the time to also ask about other PSC species, for instance, gathering genetic information for herring, for instance, which was something that we heard about in the EO conversation yesterday? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Pamphlet. So when the draft ADP comes out, as you know, there's very little time between now, especially with the government shutdown, between now and December to incorporate very new ideas or recommendations into the final ADP. However, it would be, I think it would be prudent to provide any recommendations that the council does have at this time, noting that those would probably they would most likely be incorporated into the following year's ADP. So when we get the annual report in June from NMFS, oftentimes the council, while they don't have the draft ADP in front of them at that time, the council will kind of take a look at that annual report and provide early on any recommendations that NIMS might want to be aware of and try to incorporate into the draft ADP for the fall. So I think it's appropriate to provide any recommendations, just noting that the timeline might be a little bit lagged instead of being able to implement any significant changes in 2026.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Cleaver. I just appreciate that that's the sequence. I wasn't sure where to think about how to intervene, especially if we're talking about yet another field season that we might miss the opportunity to increase that sampling. So thank you for your response.
Thank you, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thanks for a little leeway, Madam Chair, to help bolster Sarah's presentation, which is not her presentation. But Sarah, isn't it true that we don't change an observer sampling rate for genetic samples through the ADP? That's established in other mechanisms, but we have had a robust scientific evaluation to show that 1 in 10 Chinook and 1 in 30 Chum are very accurate in terms of representative of the full population. So we're not guessing, I guess, on that sampling rate. It has been established for quite a while. I would like to say that the Gulf has been more opportunistic in terms of sampling. So this is a huge improvement in genetic samples for the Gulf, doing all of those genetic samples shoreside at the same rate that they're done in the Bering Sea. And that doesn't really come out in this slide in terms of improvements from implementing Trolley M, but that is a huge improvement. Sorry, I cannot figure out how to make that a question.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I will just agree with you since you have many more years of experience on this than I do.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And it looks like we're ready to proceed, Ms. Cleaver. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are essentially done with that presentation because Dr. Janot and Mr. Mayhew and Ms. Thompson can't be here. I just want to make sure that we provide acknowledgements, or I provide acknowledgements to all the observers and providers, captains, crew members, EM providers, everyone who has who reviews the video from EM, and everyone who makes this data collection possible. NIMS also, or FMA also, noted their thanks to members of the monitoring committees to provide their input and feedback on the draft ADP every year, as well as all the other staff who helped develop the draft ADP. I can pause, or I can pull up the presentation for the committee report.
See if there are any other questions on the presentation. I'm not seeing anything. Ms. Cleaver, please move on to the committee reports.
Need to swap these screens. Here we go. Okay. So is there an echo? No, we're good. So the monitoring.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and quit sharing.
Oh.
Give me one moment, I'm coming.
I don't think that was the presentation mode, so they're working through that. Just one moment, please.
Okay, sorry for the delay. No matter how many times I practice sharing screens, it comes up different every time. So the monitoring committees had a hybrid meeting, both the PCFMAC and FMAC. The main thing on the PCFMAC agenda was the draft ADP presentation, which you just received. And the FMAC, the main purpose of the FMAC meeting was for the committee to review the National Fish and Wildlife Federation proposals on EM and to receive some updates from our NIMS staff. So for some high level, I'll provide some high level discussion on the recommendations coming out of the committee meetings, and I'll note these are further detailed in your FMAC and PCFMAC reports. This slide just provides for reference the target coverage rates that we have on the water this year in partial coverage. And we saw the preliminary rates for 2026 in the previous presentation. There was, as one of the council members noted, some discussion at the committee meeting about the decrease over the past several years in selection rates. And the committee report describes that discussion, in which NIMS kind of noted the balancing costs and all of the different priorities of the observer program. The committee noted its appreciation for the work that went into the draft ADP and the report from FMA, and Ms. Kimball made a motion to this under B reports, but she addressed the committee recommendation that was requesting that observer funds not be sequestered in future years, since that has been a continuous problem and it does impact monitoring coverage. One committee member raised an issue that occurred over the past month or two. This is one of the kind of unexpected outcomes of the new monitoring program. This was regarding whether a partial coverage observer needed to be deployed at an AFA full coverage plant for partial coverage deliveries, so specific to Gulf Trawl EM. And this was raised because it was one of those things that was not determined, or was determined not necessary under the EFP and the analysis implementing Trawl EM. So the committee recommended and kind of just reiterated that the AFA plants with full coverage observers be allowed to accept and monitor Gulf pollock Trawl EM deliveries. And that just reiterated the original intent of the program and the EFP. The agency did explain that that specific issue is not a regulatory issue, and they're not trying to restrict vessels from offloading where necessary. So it is one of those items that they are actively working on a solution to address in the final ADP. The second bullet, the topic of zero selection has come up for a few years in a row. This is a recommendation to keep trying to find ways to address this and base the fixed gear zero selection pool on the amount of quota or volume harvested or vessels that fish few trips. That's really been an ongoing priority for the committee. And the last bullet on here, this is not in the ADP, but it's important for vessels that are currently fishing in partial coverage. At the PCFMAC meeting, NIMS noted that they are currently transferring all the databases to the cloud, and they have, as you know, limited IT staff. So there have been instances where the odds application has actually gone down. And Ms. Thompson noted that odds users should try to log any trips that they know about early so that if the system goes down, at least they have a trip logged. And I believe there's an email that got sent out to all odds users to try to communicate a little bit more about what to do if they notice that odds goes down. The FMAC heard from several committee members on proposals that were intended to be submitted for NPFMC EM funding. We heard from Chad C. and Jacob Isaac Lowry on their proposal to identify limits and capabilities of EM in replicating human observer-derived data. This is specific to the Bering Sea PCOD CP sector, and they are currently required to have full observer coverage. So they described their full proposal at our meeting. Abigail Turner Franke presented a proposal on behalf of Real-Time Data to continue a project that's replaced paper logbooks with e-logbooks in the fixed-gear halibut and cod fleets. And then we also heard a proposal from Nancy Monroe and Eric Torgerson on a project to investigate the possibility of using AI to find visible characteristics in chum salmon in the Bering Sea to try to predict stock of origin. But post committee meeting, we learned that that proposal is not ready for submission this year. So the committee, when it heard all three of these proposals, noted general support for them, noting that they weren't all necessarily fleshed out. And NIMS, who was present when these proposals were explained, NIMS explained that with current resources, even though they are not necessarily able to provide much guidance on these projects, they did encourage the proposers to continue moving forward with their projects. This is a fitting slide. The committee noted in its report that NIMS continues to be short-staffed, and FMA noted that because of this, I think we've stated this in previous reports, there might be some delays in trying to solve any monitoring-related issues. So the biggest priorities for the regional office are trying to keep the catch accounting system running, e-landings running, and other key monitoring programs. And the lack of capacity just means that any large-scale changes that are being considered to these monitoring programs need to be really carefully prioritized. The last thing from the committee meetings, if you'll recall, in June, the council had a discussion about potentially doing annual reports less frequently or doing abbreviated versions, considering the limited staff resources at the agency. And during our committee meeting, Dr. Janot explained that the agency does plan to produce and present the annual report in 2026, as it typically does, because of the CIE review that Ms. Kimball mentioned. The purpose of that review is to review the science behind that proximity allocation methods. And because we will benefit from that review next year, that review could then inform how and what content the agency reports out on the ADP, on the annual report in future years. So any changes that could occur to the annual report would likely occur not until 2027, reporting on the 2026 fishing year. So the committee and the council really have plenty of time to influence any changes to the contents of the annual reports. And Dr. Janot noted that even if there are changes to the process or the format of those annual reports, the agency does still plan to report out in some form every year. So the committee appreciated that update, and the report describes further detail on specific items that the committee members felt were important to keep in annual reports in future years. This is just our future scheduling, noting that we typically have an FMAC meeting to review the annual report in May, and the PCFMAC normally meets in September to review the following year's ADP. So unless the council decides that there's a reason for those committees to meet sooner, we would expect the next meeting to be next May. And that is the staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. See if there are any questions on the committee reports or any additional comments from Chair, Ms. Kimball.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the only thing additional, I just think the committee always does a good job, and they're very involved in the weeds on the allocation methods, and so they're very interested to see the results of the CIE, this independent review of the proximity method, and thought the schedule for next year looked good. I think the other thing that stands out from our meeting and should be made really clear to the public is the monitoring requirements, observer requirements. Those don't change with fewer NIMS staff. They don't change under a government shutdown, for that matter. But the agency's ability to deal with issues or problem solve issues like they normally do with the fishing community, to make changes to programming, or to support things like NIFWIF grants or EFPs that we always need their help with. I mean, those just don't go forward without NIMS staff. That's what's severely reduced. So I don't want to give the impression that any kind of regulations or monitoring requirements are lessened with fewer staff, but certainly our ability to do that well and support people when there are problems or they're thinking of new ways to do things under NIFWIF grants, that is very much reduced, and we are the worse for it. So I just think the committee does a great job. I think Sarah did a great job trying to provide the report that NIM staff would normally do and be able to get into all the weeds with the council that the council was up for. And so I'm grateful for their work, and I miss them at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Not seeing any of their hands up. So I think that takes us to our AP report. And any members of the public wishing to testify, please sign up for the end of the AP report on C2. And we'll just wait for that to get up on the screen here.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, for the record, I am Chelsea Riddell, Advisory Panel Vice Chair. And I will be giving the advisory panel report on the C2 AP motion. The motion reads, the AP acknowledges the receipt of the 2026 Draft Annual Deployment Plan ADP, the PCFMAC report, and the FMAC report, and notes appreciation for staff's work on these items, particularly during these challenging times of reduced capacity and budgetary uncertainty. AP supports and encourages the council to adopt the following recommendations from the PCFMAC and/or FMAC. For the 2026 final ADP, continue the same sampling unit, trip, or delivery, stratification with 8 partial coverage strata based on monitoring method, gear type, and FMP area, and the proximity allocation method except for Gulf Trawl EM as the final 2025 ADP. In keeping with the original intent of the Pelagic Trawl EM program and the EFP prior to implementation, NIMS should include in the final 2026 ADP that full coverage observers at AFA plants can accept and monitor Gulf Pollock Trawl EM deliveries without the addition of partial coverage observers. NIMS should find an opportunity to resolve the regulatory language requiring vessels in the trawl EM category to have their EM systems on from port to port, such that only fishing activity needs to be recorded. The language should be inclusive of situations such as vessels transiting from Washington and Oregon ports to Alaska, vessels acting as tenders or delivering to tenders in non-EM fisheries who may begin pollock trips from a non-EM tender rather than a port. NIMS should still pursue changes to the zero selection pool for fixed gear vessels in order to base the pool criteria on the amount of quota, volume harvested, or number of trips rather than just vessel size of under 40 feet. NIMS should continue including committee members on emails that go to odds users so that members can help disseminate relevant information and updates to the respective fleets. In regards to EO 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, the council should write a letter to the NOAA Office of OMB to request the industry paid partial coverage observer funds not be sequestered in future years. Support for the NIFWIF proposals presented to the FMAC that have also been submitted for this grant cycle, including the Freezer Longline Coalition and Flywire project to identify the limits and capabilities of EM and replicating human observer-derived data in the Bering Sea Pacific cod CP sector, and the real-time data project to continue the next phase of implementing e-logbooks into the fixed gear halibut and cod fleets. Finally, in keeping with the original intent of the pelagic pollock trawl EM program and the EFP prior to implementation, NIM should include in the final 2026 ADP budget housing and food costs for shoreside observers in Kodiak. The AP supports and encourages the council to consider requesting that NIMS conduct a pricing evaluation for observers similar to the industry suggestions. Both the amendment and the main motion passed 20-0. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Are there any questions on the AP report? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell, for your report. It's a little awkward. I don't think, did the AP have, even though they didn't take up the EO under your agenda item, the discussion paper was available, and was the AP aware that the discussion paper for the EO did include this port-to-port correction such that we'd only turn on cameras when we're actually having fishing activity, not just transiting somewhere? That was captured in the discussion paper from NIMS as a correction to regulations that could be done through kind of a secretarial authority, maybe a quicker method than the council. Was the AP aware that that was captured there and they're just reiterating this, or is that kind of news to you?
Thank you for your question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yes, I believe the AP's intent was just to continue reiterating all of the recommendations from both committees and then extra things that came up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for the report, Ms. Riddell.
You're welcome.
So I do not see anyone signed up for public testimony on C2. So that'll bring us to a motion. See what the wishes of the council are. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I did send a motion in just now.
Okay. We'll wait for that to get up on the screen.
Thank you. That was fast. The motion reads, 2026 Annual Deployment Plan. The council supports the draft 2026 ADP for partial coverage fisheries with the additions outlined below. Observer coverage rates resulting from the selected design and the final budget are expected in the final ADP in December 2025. Regulations requiring 100% and 200% observer coverage requirements are unchanged. Confirmation, so these are the additions. Confirmation that vessels operating in partial coverage can deliver to and have their harvest observed by a full coverage observer at an AFA shore plant. No partial coverage shoreside observers need to be stationed at full coverage AFA plants. Continued outreach to the fleets on 1, the deadlines to opt in or opt out of the EM pool for 2026, and 2, any changes to or potential disruptions with the ODD system to log trips for coverage. And consistent with the trawl EM council action, the cost of housing and feeding observers was not to be directly paid for by processors and should be included in the ADP. There may be specific cases where processors can continue to house and feed observers, and these can be excluded. The council reiterates its support for agency efforts to revise the zero selection pool, currently less than 40-foot fixed gear catcher vessels and jig gear, for cost efficiency purposes, to evaluate including fixed gear catcher vessels with 1 to 2 annual trips and or low annual quota or volume. NIFWIF proposals. The council supports the following proposals submitted for funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. If we could scroll up, please. Thank you. Freezer Longline Coalition project proposal with Flywire to test using EM on longline catcher processors for catch composition and consider real-time data reporting options for EM monitored vessels. And the real-time data proposal to expand the use of electronic logbooks in the halibut and sablefish fleets through evolved integration with e-landings, testing broader platform support and enhanced features for fishermen. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly to go back up to the top, the committees and the AP had full support for the draft 2026 ADP. We are going to look very carefully through the CIE review, or the independent experts are, to look at the efficacy of our proximity allocation method. Looking forward to that next year. We know that all of those final rates and budget are not in this draft. We won't see that until the final ADP in December, which we get to review also under B reports. And so just a couple additions that I had here to call out. Some were called out in the committee reports and in the AP. We don't need to waste our partial coverage observers at full coverage plants. There are already multiple observers at those plants that can take deliveries from those vessels. And the agency is agreeing with that and is working on that issue. I think it's just something that kind of fell through the cracks. The continued outreach to the fleets, I think you heard about that. I think the main thing that the committees wanted, and I would like through this motion, to ensure that when we do have staff available again, that outreach continues to happen so people can opt in on time or opt out of the fixed gear EM pool if they're not fishing anymore. We want to get those systems on vessels that are actually fishing. And then any kind of disruptions with odds, if it's going to be for a period of time that we can anticipate, to let people know what they could do, not just maybe log trips ahead of time, but if they do encounter a disruption, then is there a number to call? And they have been putting out those prior to the shutdown, putting out emails just like was mentioned, in order to try to do that. So I really appreciate those efforts and just want to continue them if we continue to think that disruptions are anticipated. And then the last bullet there about the cost of housing and feeding observers, that was really explicit in our trawl EM action. It was part of our final motion that processors wouldn't bear those costs. Some processors are already voluntarily and can do that. Some processors maybe can't, but our regulations were such that processors weren't to be bearing the direct costs for housing and feeding observers. So I really have gone through that language just briefly with NIMS to ensure that where we can continue to exclude those costs, because processors are willing to take them on and can take them on because they have room and housing available, they do, and where they don't, they don't, and we have to include those costs in the ADP. The zero selection pool, I think people are well aware. I don't know how to make progress on this. We really want to see effort on this, but I realize we have fewer agency staff to work on this. I still think it's worth reiterating our support for this in order to make some changes and be more efficient with our limited funds. And then on the NIFWIF proposals, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. One of those proposals that the committee reviewed and supported didn't actually get submitted. So this is just showing support. And when I say support in this motion, I mean in the form of a letter like we would normally do to send to NIFWIF in support of those two proposals. And I can answer questions on what those proposals do if people want to go there or haven't had time to read the committee reports on those. The only other thing I'd mention, I guess, is the committee discussed the annual reports and potentially, as the council has already made a motion on, condensing those annual reports or abbreviating them, maybe not even doing one every single year. There's no other region that even does an annual report to see how well they're monitoring their fisheries. So we are going above and beyond when we do those reports. I don't think anyone's interested in discontinuing them, but we have a lot of time, it seems, since we're going to get a full report next year. We're going to get a CIA review next year, that I didn't think in this motion we needed to make a statement about how often or what changes we might want to see in annual reports. I think that's premature. The NIMS was very clear and the Science Center was very clear that the committees would have ample time to provide suggestions next year. I think I covered everything, so I would be glad to answer questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions? Any comments on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion and for your continued leadership on the PCFMAC and FMAC. So I'm not seeing any other comments. Appreciate all of your work on this. I'll ask if there's any objection. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Any further action on C2? Seeing none, before we break for lunch, I'll hand it over to Mr. Kurland. He might have an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. I noted yesterday the impending scheduled opening of the Bering Sea crab fisheries and that we were still working through what specific activities are approved for NIMS staff to undertake during the government shutdown, and that I expected to have more clarity on that soon. So I'm happy to share the following statement. After reviewing our authorities for conducting limited activities during a lapse in appropriations, NIMS intends to proceed with issuing quota for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab fisheries in time for the scheduled October opening using non-appropriated funds. Specifically, once the North Pacific Fishery Management Council recommends harvest specifications and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game specifies the total allowable catch, NIMS staff will undertake the work necessary to finalize quota allocations and will issue those allocations so the fishery can open. This work will be paid for using cost recovery funding provided by the crab industry via the Limited Access System Administrative Fund. Monies in this account are available only to the Secretary of Commerce and must be spent on program management, data collection, and enforcement for the crab fisheries. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. That's very good news. We really appreciate the update. And I'll go to Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kurland. I just wanted to echo the appreciation for that update, recognizing we have vessels getting gear and groceries on board as we speak, so really appreciate the agency's work to have staff available. Thank you.
Anything else before we break for lunch? And then we will come back at 12:45 and begin our staff presentation on T1. I, at this point, likely do not intend to pick up anything other than D1 today before we go into our executive session. So if we finish before 3, we'll just take a quick 5-minute stand down and then reconvene in executive session. But that timing will be made clear after our D1 agenda item. So we'll see you back here at 12:45. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. So we are ready to begin our staff presentation on D1. I'll ask Ms. Henry to begin when she's ready.
Yeah, let me just share my screen here.
And welcome, Mr. Brannon.
Okay, I think everyone should see the screen now.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Anna Henry, council staff here with Daryl Brandon to present D1, a discussion paper on Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod POT LAPP Limited Access Privilege Program. This is the second discussion paper that the council is hearing on this action. The first discussion paper was presented at the June 2024 meeting, and this paper focuses on additional information that the council specifically requested after reviewing that first paper at the June 2024 meeting. This paper also has a management section that was added at NIMS staff request. And for the most part, everything that was included in that June 2024 paper is included by reference. We didn't also include it in this paper. The council's review of this discussion paper was originally scheduled for this June. However, due to time constraints, it was postponed to this October meeting. The AP did review this in June, so you will hear the AP report as usual after staff presentation. And I will note that on your e-agenda, there's also a link to the comments that were received in June on this agenda item. And with that, I will throw it to Mr. Brannon to start the presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, or good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the council. For the record, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I will be walking you through a few slides and then hand it back over to Ms. Henry, and we'll kind of hand it back and forth through the presentation. Just a little bit of background on where we've been, and Anna covered most of this, so I'm not going to belabor it. But one thing that she didn't note was that there, as part of the June 2023 motion, the council requested that a control date be established, and that was published on August 1st, 2023 to notify interested individuals that future management actions under this action could limit participation in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands pot fishery based on that date. As you all well know, control dates aren't binding, but just provide information to industry so they could potentially use that for planning purposes. And the council is not obligated to use that control date if they make decisions in the future. Next slide, please. As Ms. Henry indicated, this is the second discussion paper, and there was a specific request for 7 items from the council, including the NIMS requested addition. And those items include cod allocations by harvest area, IRU implications of extended seasons, and any potential avenues to address those concerns, additional information on monitoring issues, PSC encounters, and limits and allocations, processing sector issues, and including additional information on the number of active processors and how the processing sector has changed over time, additional information on active and inactive LLP license holders with only a Bering Sea or Aleutian Islands pot endorsement, and a description of the opportunities provided for new entrants that might be applicable to the program, like the one under consideration. And as Ms. Henry noted, we also added a NIMS management section for consideration based on their input. So beginning with the LLP license endorsements that are issued for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands pot cod fishery, and this applies to catcher vessels greater than or equal to 60 feet or catcher processors of any length. You can see that there are 58 licenses that have one of those endorsements on them. There are 51 for catcher vessels and 7 for catcher processors. I would note that the one license that is a Aleutian Island only license, endorsed license, is owned by a person that also has another license that also has a Bering Sea endorsement. So based on the concurrent holding of LLP licenses, there's no one that is strictly limited to fishing in the Aleutian Islands. And that's important because if you look at this table, you can see the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island tax from 2014 through 25 and the catch up to April of 2025. And it shows the percent of the catch that was taken in each area. And the important thing to note is that the Bering Sea has been closing to directed fishing and for the last 5 years, in 2020 through 2024, and it shows the dates that they closed. And as you recall, the structure of the cod fishery is that a TAC is set for the Bering Sea and a TAC is set for the Aleutian Islands. But sector allocations are for the BSAI. And so as sectors, if the Bering Sea TAC is taken, for example, and is closed to directed fishing, everyone in fisheries that have remaining quota or TAC remaining would be required to harvest that TAC in the Aleutian Islands. The issue with harvesting the TAC in the Aleutian Islands, in addition to the limited number of LLP licenses that have an Aleutian Island endorsement, especially for catcher vessels, is the current limited processing capacity in that area, which could make harvesting the quota for the catcher vessels under a pot LAPP problematic. And some of the options that the council talked about at the last meeting were, could that be the problem be reduced potentially by the use of tendering vessels or the use of floating processors for delivering catch harvested by catcher vessels in the Aleutian Islands. This paper will look at those issues in a little bit more detail later in the presentation.
Mr.
Another,
Brennan, excuse me, before we move on, we have a question for you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brennan, for the presentation. My question was actually back a slide on slide 5. Do you have any ideas why the allocation wasn't caught in 2024?
I don't know exactly why it wasn't harvested completely in 2024, other than, there's the general issues of, a lot of weak markets in the fisheries. But I can't remember off the top of my head if there were other constraints that limited it beyond that in 2024. And as I said, since this paper was originally done for the June meeting, we haven't updated the table for more recent year in 2025 to see if that trend still is holding or not.
Thank you for that.
The improved retention, improved utilization issue that was requested by the council. Under the IRU program, regulations require vessel operators to retain IRU species, of which Pacific cod is one, when the directed fishery is open for those species. And there are limited exceptions to that rule, like harvesting, decomposing fish, and those types of things that are very limited. Under a LAPP program, we would expect that the fishery would remain open longer than it has in the past, because you're not closed when the TAC's taken. It's when individuals finish fishing. So we'd expect the peacock fishery to remain open longer than it has in the past. And when the fishery is closed in the past, catch of Pacific cod is counted against an ICA that's established annually in the harvest specifications for both hook and line vessels and pot cod vessels. And overlaying that backdrop of longer seasons and the IRU implications, we thought that one of the issues with pot gear specifically would be individuals knowing exactly how much gear they're going to need to be set to harvest the rest of their allocation without exceeding their limit. And so if you have a whole string of pots out, you've already hit your allocation, then or the cooperative application or allocation, depending on the structure of the LAPP program, then you would be at odds between the IRIU requirements that you couldn't discard the fish and exceeding your allocation limit. The use of cooperatives can certainly help to mitigate this issue by allowing people to pool their quota within a cooperative structure and have a vessel, do a cleanup fishery, whatever, for any remaining quota. And unlike under an IFQ structure, where individuals must stay within their limit, and that type of structure would be more problematic under this program. This is realizing that I think the council has generally been talking about a cooperative structure, but because we're kind of at the early stages of the program, we just talk about both. And if you have an IFQ type structure, then this council and other councils have used an overage and underage provisions. It's usually set about 10%, where you can carry over fish to the next year if you don't use it, and use fish the following year if you under harvested the previous year. And with that, I will turn it back to Ms. Henry.
All right, so I will cover some of the monitoring issues that the council requested. So for these fisheries, they are included in both the full coverage and the partial coverage monitoring sectors. So the CPs are in full coverage, where at least one observer is present during all fishing or processing activity. And PSC estimation in this for the full coverage fleet involves extrapolation between hauls on the same vessel. For the greater 60 CVs, they're in the partial coverage fleet, so their observer coverage is assigned according to the sampling plan described in the ADP, or annual deployment plan. Since 2015, those expected coverage rates for this sector have been between 4 and 44%, and the realized coverage rates have been a little higher, a little over 7% and 47%. There are some vessels that participate in EM in this fleet, and for that portion, the expected coverage rates have been between 30 and 74%. And for the partial coverage fleet, PSC estimation involves extrapolation between trips that are observed and unobserved vessels and trips. So some background on crab PSC estimation methods. NMFS manages crab PSC by number, not weight, and this involves extrapolation of observed catch records onto unobserved effort for total catch accounting. So observer data are used to create a crab bycatch rate, which is a ratio of the estimated number of crab to the estimated total catch in sampled hauls. Those bycatch rates are applied to industry-supplied landings of retained catch for unobserved vessels. And then expanding on this observer data that are available, they extrapolate from observed vessels to unobserved vessels based on varying levels of aggregated data. This is often referred to as post-stratification. So within each sampling strata as defined in the ADP, the data are matched based on the processing sector, the week, target, fishery, gear, and federal reporting area. And I will note that this does not include separation of vessels under 60 feet from those over 60 feet. The bycatch rates for CVs include data from the full range of vessel sizes. And finally, just no mortality rates are applied to crab PSCs for catch accounting. For electronic monitoring in this fisheries, one of the issues associated with EM is unidentified crab. So crab cannot be identified to species during video review. Sometimes they can identify a genus group, so crab will be listed as king crab unidentified or tanner crab unidentified. But unidentified crab are not included in estimates of crab PSC. For electronic monitoring, the crew catch handling in order to comply with their vessel monitoring plans. It affects how they handle the catch, so they must clear each pot and process catch prior to the next pot coming on board. And they have to handle the organisms to allow for view and or count by the video reviewer. There are some ways they could change this catch handling to make it a little easier to identify crabs, such as holding each individual really close up to the camera for a longer period of time. That could improve species identification, but it's pretty inefficient for the whole catch processing timing, and other variables such as rough weather or water spots on camera lenses or lighting issues or the specific way that the camera's set up can still make this challenging in terms of species identification. There could be other extrapolation options to help with unidentified crab, such as those that are used with at-sea observer data, or using other parameters such as depth and area to help identify or hone in on the unidentified crab from EM, but the agency hasn't fully investigated these strategies. Another issue associated with electronic monitoring is the timeliness of data. So for EM, the coverage rate is a trip selection rate. So if a trip is selected for EM coverage, they turn the EM systems on, and then at the end of the trip, the hard drive with the EM video is sent in for EM review. And during EM review, species identification and counts of catch are recorded for a subset of hauls. For this fishery, it's every third pot. And the review time is fairly slow for pot gear. It's similar to the actual time that it takes to retrieve the gear and sort catch. So for an hour of fishing time, it's an hour of review time. So this EM data turnaround time is significantly slower compared to the data from at-sea observers. Observers transmit the data to NIMS electronically through Atlas software. This happens daily on the CPs and at the completion of the trip for the CV.
Before I move on, we have a question from Ms. Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Henry, for the presentation. My question was back a slide on the unidentified crab, and just for clarification, that applies to all electronic monitoring in any sector for crab. Is that right? Not just for this pot cod?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I don't know the specifics of electronic monitoring in all the other sectors, but it's a problem with cameras and crab generally, I think.
Thank you.
So I think that brings me to coverage level. Yeah. So if there's a PSC limit that functions as a hard cap that's established in a catch-share fishery, 100% observer coverage is required in that fishery. From a legal perspective, if PSC is allocated to a cooperative, the calculated bycatch rates based on other vessels' fishing activities can't be used as a basis for enforcing a prohibition against exceeding a PSC allocation. If there are no PSC limits established with the LAPP or the limits don't function as a hard cap, full monitoring coverage may not be required. However, reducing bycatch is often one of the management goals in limited access privilege programs. So with less than full observer coverage in the pot sectors, it could pose a significant management challenge in the context of crab bycatch. Particularly because crab has patchy distribution, this can often lead to a high frequency of low values and on occasion a large estimated value. So when there are large differences in the amount of crab PSC between trips and there are very few monitored trips, those total crab PSC estimates can be highly variable. The council also requested some information on monitoring costs. So for the full coverage fleet, monitoring is funded by the industry through the pay-as-you-go system. The partial coverage fleet monitoring is covered by the 1.65% landing fee. So assuming that the greater than 60 CVs would move into full coverage with the LAPP, they would no longer be in the partial coverage. So this would remove that portion of the partial coverage fees from the BSAI. And in 2023, this was about $225,000. These vessels would then procure and pay for the full cost of observer coverage. And according to the annual report, that averaged out to about $404 to $600 per day. And this would be for every day that they fish, which ranged from 229 days in 2024 or up to 943 days in 2017. Of course, the timing and pace of fishery could affect these costs, and if the management program changes, that could affect the timing and pace of the fishery. For EM costs, there's kind of two buckets of costs. There's ongoing costs, which are include the EM service provider fees and overhead, equipment, maintenance and upkeep, data transmission, data review and storage. And then there's also one-time costs that, of EM equipment purchase and installation. For partial coverage vessels, these costs are covered by the partial coverage fee. If these vessels move into full coverage, and if it were structured similar to other full coverage EM programs like the trawl EM program, the vessels would contract with a permitted EM hardware service provider for the procurement, installation, and maintenance of EM equipment on their vessel. The cost of video review get a little trickier. The way that this functions in the trawl EM program, those are covered by an EM review fee that's assessed to each vessel to cover those annual costs of EM review, data storage, and transmission. So the actual cost of video review services would be divided equitably among participating vessels based on their actual cod harvest amount. So moving into PSC Encounter, the 2024 discussion paper showed that bycatch in the pot cod fisheries here occur in relatively small amounts with high variability from year to year. The crab species represent the most prevalent amounts of PSC usage and are likely of greatest concern in these fisheries, so this section focuses on PSC crab bycatch at the species level. So these tables show the crab PSC as a count of the estimated number of crab that were taken as bycatch, and then also the bycatch rate as the number of crab per ton of ground fish caught for both the pot CPs and greater than 60 CV sectors. I will note that 2024 is not included in the CP data due to confidentiality restriction. So annual crab PSC and rates are highly variable for these sectors. I'll discuss more on setting PSC limits in a few slides, but it may be helpful to look at these tables in the context of setting PSC limits and how to set a meaningful limit that's also not overly constraining when there's a lot of variability. Golden king crab and blue king crab have been caught in some years, but they have relatively low PSC rates, particularly in recent years. Barredi, red king crab, and opilio are the species encountered most frequently in these fisheries, so the finer scale that information that I'll present in the next couple slides focus on these species. So this slide looks at PSC encounter by stat area. The figure on the left shows crab PSC in number and then groundfish catch in tons in the bottom strip by statistical area, and the colors correspond with the stat area colors on the map. I'll also note that the y-axis changes for each of the species on this figure. This figure combines both the CP and CV sectors due to confidentiality concerns, and Area 512 is not shown in 2016 and 2017, also due to confidentiality. But both the overall PSC and the NMFS stat area in which crab were caught is highly variable over the last 10 years for both of the sectors. Barredi and opilio PSC are encountered more evenly among the areas, although the overall number of PSC has declined throughout the time series. And a majority of red king crab is encountered in Area 512, that's that brownish color, particularly in more recent years. Looking at the temporal patterns in PSC encounter, this figure shows crab PSC and tons of groundfish caught by month or group of months for both the sectors combined. The blue colors correspond to the A season and the red colors correspond to the B season. The table here shows the season opening and closing dates for reference, but I'll note that, as Daryl mentioned earlier, even in years when the season doesn't close early, if the Bering Sea TAC is met and the Bering Sea is closed, the sector might not be able to prosecute the entire fishery. So generally, higher PSC amounts correspond to higher groundfish catch, with spikes in January and September corresponding with the beginning of the A and B seasons. And red king crab bycatch is more prevalent in the B season. So looking at establishing a PSC limit, should the council wish to recommend crab PSC limits as part of a proposed pot LAPP, they would need to be established in regulation. And the annual and monthly variability of crab PSC catch in these fisheries could make it difficult to establish a limit that is both meaningful but also not overly constraining. The council could look at creating more discrete limits based on area or timing or abundance to protect crab when and where they're more vulnerable, and also could look to implement mortality rates or PSC limits based on total catch. As I mentioned, there's currently no crab DMRs for PSC in Ketchikan County. For allocating a PSC limit in other council-developed catcher programs, the PSC limits are allocated along with target species at the cooperative level. There's a couple options for apportionment, either apportionment based on historical PSC use. This could be problematic given the high variability in PSC history and the varying levels in observer coverage. This also has the potential to reward sectors that have had higher PSC rates. So another option would be to apportion based on the proportion of Pacific cod allocated. Another option is to look at the potential for using intercooperative transfers to help improve flexibility and harvesting their cod allocation. In terms of managing a PSC limit, as I mentioned before, managing a hard cap PSC limit in season would require full observer coverage and timely data transmission. These would be new requirements for the POP CV sector if they move into full coverage and require ATSI data transmission. And the result of reaching a PSC limit depends on the structure of that limit. So if it's a hard cap, vessels would be prohibited from fishing once that limit is met. If it was area or location based, reaching that limit could result in vessels moving out of that designated area and fishing elsewhere. The council should also consider how to address situations when a vessel's met a PSC limit but still has POT set. And generally, retention of PSC is prohibited, but one thing to consider is cases where an operator has crab IFQ or CDQ and the directed fishery is open, although that would have different regulatory and logistical challenges associated with that. And I'll move to Mr. Brannon for the next few slides.
The next issue that we'll talk about is the current state of the processing sector as one of the requests from the council from June of 2024. And as we're all well aware, processors and pretty much everybody in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island fisheries, in the cod fisheries specifically, have faced operational challenges in recent years due to poor economic conditions in many Alaska and worldwide fisheries. The Alaska fishing industry has faced rising costs due to inflation, a strong US dollar, changes in world markets, and overall relatively low first wholesale prices. They've also had to deal with changes in ocean conditions, which have impacted different stocks in different ways. Small TACs from some historically valuable fisheries have decreased revenue, and processors continue to face competition from producers outside the US, which may operate under less stringent regulatory conditions, as well as facing competition from aquaculture from outside the US. The next slide, please. This is just a slide that gives a quick overview of the processors that have been active in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands pot cod fishery, kind of snapshots looking at 3 different years. And you can see the communities they were operating in. And I would note that the Anchorage processor technically operated in Dutch Harbor, is my understanding, Bering Sea Fisheries. But in the processing data was listed as Anchorage as the port. The activity is primarily centered around Akutan and Dutch Harbor, and the plants in King Cove, as you're all well aware, and Port Moller are closed. In terms of floating processors, Icicle Seafood has been sold, and Trident is the only company that's currently, as of 2024, operating a floating processor for the pot cod fishery. You also note that Kodiak has 2 plants listed in this as both being active in 2024, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. The council's specific request was to look at the 10-year average of processors that have been active in this fishery. And the calculation for this section was used on processing of pot caught Pacific cod from the BSAI open access fishery. And the number of processors were counted based on their intent to operate numbers. So we're not looking at firms, we're looking at individual plants and looking at the port code of all non-blank intent to operate codes. Because in the data, there are some landings that have no processor code listed. And so those were excluded. It was a very small amount of catch and processing. So compared to the last 10 years from 2015 through 2024, for Alaska ports, it shows that 6 processors were active in 2024, and that includes the 2 processors from Kodiak. And it's lower than the 10-year average of 6.5 processors. And those 6 processors, as I noted, included the 2 from Kodiak, and the 2 Kodiak plants took very small amounts of deliveries, and they're likely the last load of the year coming from the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands and taken back to Kodiak. It's unlikely that vessels are running back and forth between the Bering Sea Aleutian Island to make regular deliveries, and given the small amounts of deliveries that occurred, it appears that that's kind of a last delivery of the year kind of, or season type of effect. And in all ports, there were 7 processors. So this includes the floating processors that were listed as Seattle as their home port and the processing port. And that's down from a 10-year average of 8.5. And again, the 7 includes the 2 processors in Kodiak. And this is simply a graph that shows the trend over time. And I would note that you see the general downward trend with a fairly steep decline from 2020 during the COVID years through 2023 and a slight uptick. And I keep talking about the Kodiak plants, but in 2023, they weren't active in the data, and they were in 2024. And that's what accounts for that uptick in the number of processors in 2024 compared to 2023. The next issue is the issue of mother shipping, and this was included in the discussion paper in part because of the interest in what happens in the Aleutian Islands if there's no processing capacity out there from shore-based plants. And just a quick overview of the mother shipping regulations. There are currently no prohibitions that prevent a vessel with the necessary mothership permits from acting as a mothership in the Bering Sea Aleutian Island cod fishery. The only fisheries currently with limitations on motherships are the AFI pollock fishery, and that was implemented through the Congressional Act, and the BSAI Pacific cod trawl fishery that recently went into place, which limited the amount and the number of vessels that could act as motherships in the trawl BSAI Pacific cod fishery. There are limitations on catcher vessels that may deliver to motherships in the BSAI TLAS yellowfin sole fishery, but not on the motherships that may accept deliveries for processing from those vessels. And we also note that if mother shipping increases or occurs in the pot fishery, it's different from what we've historically talked about in the trawl fisheries. When a pot gear is used for catch, it's brought on board the catcher vessel and sorted and then transferred, where trawl vessels transfer unsorted cod ends from the harvesting vessel to the mothership, bringing the net on board the vessel. Because catch is sorted on the CVs, there are different monitoring requirements for CVs using the 2 gear types. For example, CVs that deliver unsorted cod ends to a mothership are not required to have an observer on board because there's no catch brought on board the vessel to observe. And it would be council policy, as Ms. Henry talked about earlier, on what the monitoring requirements would be if this program were moved into a LAPP structure, and whether there would be monitoring observer requirements on all catcher vessels and how that would occur and on the motherships themselves. Just to point out that, it's really a different structure in how these fisheries operate that could affect the observer coverage, and especially for mother shipping that might occur. Next slide, please. The next issue was tendering, and tender vessels have been used widely in the BSAI Pacific cod fishery. From 2019 through 2023, between about 4,500 metric tons and 8,500 metric tons of cod harvested by pot catcher vessels greater than or equal to 60 feet were delivered by tender vessels. We note that the use of tender vessels could increase catch per unit effort because fishing is often better farther from the plant's location. And so catcher vessels could move farther away from the plants to better fishing areas if they utilize tender vessels. We also note that tender vessels are more efficient often to deliver the Pacific cod to processors. And the use of tender vessels could result in improved raw fish quality. You know, if the tender vessel could get the fish to the plant sooner, the delivery time could be reduced by as much as 2 days potentially. Product quality could also increase if the tender vessel has slurry equipment to keep the fish colder where the catcher vessel that harvested the fish did not. In terms of catch accounting, for catcher vessels delivering to tenders under a LAPP program, the catch accounting system for deliveries to tender vessels could limit who may deliver to a tender vessel or how those deliveries might occur. As you well know, fishing under a LAPP requires that catch be deducted from the correct quota account. Under an open access fishery, it's just the total amount of cod that would be delivered by the catcher vessel that gets deducted from the TAC. Under the LAPP, it has to be assigned to either the cooperative or the individual that holds the quota allocation and correctly assign it for deductions. Tenders may not sort catch or weigh species separately. And we had a fair amount of discussion of this issue in June with the advisory panel. Some members of the advisory panel indicated they thought that there was more weighing and sorting of catch at the individual delivery vessel level than we might have indicated. But we tend to still think that, you know, while that occurs quite often in the salmon fishery where there's smaller amounts of catch, there are still cases in the cod fishery where that may not occur to a level that allows individuals to be tracked in terms of deductions from their catch. Because a total amount of weight may be reported on a fish ticket for all tender deliveries to that operator. This again is more of an issue under an IFQ style LAPP where you're looking at individuals. If all the vessels delivering to a tender vessel are in the same cooperative, the catch could be deducted from the cooperative's allocation and maybe remove some of those difficulties with tracking whose catch should be deducted. Monitoring a PSE could also be problematic if the program required full retention of crab to account for at-sea discards. Currently, vessels must discard crab taken as bycatch. If crab is discarded, observers do not transmit the data until they return to port. The crab discard data may be delayed, and it may be difficult to, as we said, if fish tickets aren't generated at the tender that account for this at the vessel level, we may not be able to attribute it back to the individual vessel that made the harvest. Next slide, please.
I have a question. Mr. Brennan, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Back on your last slide, Mr. Brannon, I just was trying to understand if that last bullet was still geared more toward a bigger issue under IFQ style LAPP than cooperative based LAPP, like some of the previous issues, or if that is just a general statement in terms of using tenders period in a LAPP program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball, I would say both. I think it's an issue of identifying the crab if it's required to be returned at sea. As Ms. Henry indicated, you know, you've got to identify the crab and make sure that the crab is reported correctly. And there's also the issue of if multiple vessels are delivering to the same tender, how it gets deducted from an individual's account, especially under an IFQ type program. Is less of an issue, as I said, under a cooperative structure if they're both in the same cooperative, but it could be an issue under the IFQ program, under an IFQ style program, but it could also just be an issue of correctly accounting for crab that are if they're required to be discarded at sea.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thanks. Then is that just highlighting for us other regulations if this went into place that would say it was a cooperative style program that would need to address that scenario? if it's a full retention of crab and it's delivering to a tender and you're not needing to do individual vessel accounting of each crab, but you can do co-op level accounting for each crab, do we still have a problem then?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't think there's a problem. I think it's much less of a problem. I would, as long as the crab are correctly identified, if you're, have a paleo crab, and I know there's as Ms. Henry pointed out, there's some identification problems, especially with EM, but my understanding, listening to some of the earlier council meeting, is there's crab species that are hybrid crab and things that get accounted for differently under different circumstances. If we get into those kinds of situations, I think it would be good for the council to clearly identify how that would work under a LAPP type structure, especially if you're setting hard caps for crab species, SPSC.
Thank you.
The next issue is protections for processors. And this is basically a brief summary of different programs that have been in place, or different elements and different programs that have been in place to protect processors. And as you're all well aware, the crab rationalization program is the only program that actually allocates processing shares to processors. And certainly the council has heard a lot about issues associated with that program recently and how well that structure is working under its current design. Shore-based processors are required to meet established permitting requirements, but there's no regulatory limit on the number of shore-based processors that may participate under a program like the proposed pot cod program. I talked about the council's implemented limits on motherships in the trawl PCTC program to help protect shore-based processors. And I note that under the PCTC program, the council also allocated 22.5% of the harvest shares to processors with qualifying history as a protection for processors against changes in the market power that's associated with the allocation of quota under a catch share program, where one side is allocated all the quota and another sector is not. I also note that under the West Coast Trawl Catch Share IFQ program, the portion of the IFQ program in that fishery allocated 20% of the IFQ species to qualifying processors. Again, that was done as a protection for processors for much the same reasons the council elected to do it in the North Pacific under the PCTC program. There are other methods that have been used to protect processors and communities in catch share programs. Under the crab program, we have regionalization of harvest shares where they must be delivered to a certain port. That also occurs under the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish program, where harvest in the Central Gulf Rockfish program is required to be delivered to plants operating in the community of Kodiak. The MSA also requires that processing limits be established to prevent excessive consolidation. That also applies to harvesters, but in this case, we're talking about processors. And I note that establishing limits that provide economic efficiency for processors while preventing excessive consolidation is often challenging, especially when economic conditions and fisheries are changing. And I know the council has spent a fair amount of time in the past modifying limits for both processors and harvesters as economic conditions have changed in various fisheries that you manage. And the definition of excessive share is certainly up to the council in each individual fishery that you manage. There's no one size fits all. So the council has a lot of latitude in what they would consider an excessive share in any of these fisheries. Moving on to look at active and inactive LLP licenses used on catcher vessels. And just a note that on the first slide, we talked about there were 51 catcher vessel LLP licenses and 7 catcher processors. And when the LLP license program was implemented, there was a downgrade provision that allowed catcher processor licenses to be used on catcher vessels. And so this slide obviously shows that some of the licenses that have a CP endorsement have been used on catcher vessels during the time period considered. And this slide simply shows the area where the LLP license holder was listed as in the data, the number of LLP licenses held, the metric tons of catch associated with that license in that area grouping, and the percentage of the total. And the bottom line is, the majority of the catch is in Washington State designated area or owner licenses, and California and / Oregon and Homer, Kenai, and Kodiak, and Anchorage, Dillingham, which comprises a lot of the CDQ ownership, have about the same level of catch historically. Next slide, please. So of the 56 LLP licenses with CP catch, as you look at the table at the bottom, those that would hold less than 1% of the qualifying catch history, and this is based on using 2008 through 2023 data from the open access fishery. Those 21 LLP licenses would be assigned 9% of the total allocation. And I note that of the CP licenses that were used in the CV on CVs during this time period, they all accounted for less than 1% of the catch. In reading across, you can see that once you get to greater than 2% of the value, there were 18 licenses, and they harvested a much larger amount of the quota or the value from the fishery. And you can see that it was 65%. So as we always see in these types of analyses, the highliners catch more fish. Looking at active and inactive LLP licenses, which was another specific request of the council, during the 2008 through 2023 time period, there were 3 catcher vessel LLP licenses that were currently not assigned to a vessel. These are the licenses that aren't actively being fished. 2 of the 3 LLP licenses are held by a CDQ subsidiary. And neither of the 2 licenses associated with that CDQ group had any directed Pacific cod catch in the open access Pacific cod fishery after 2004. That entity also held an additional license, and it had a small amount of catch in 2020 or in 2004. But given that the current dates we're looking at is 2008 through 2023, none of those 3 licenses would qualify for any catch history under this program. I would also note that a third LLP license associated with the same mailing address, not the 3 that we're talking about here, but there's a third license, and it did have catch in 2008. So that CDQ entity would get a small amount of pot cod quota, but it would only be from 1 year, and it was a relatively small amount of catch in 2008. The third LLP license that's not assigned to a vessel was reported to be owned by a company with a Washington address, and of course it was inactive during this period. Next slide, please. There were 2 catcher vessel LLP licenses with a pot cod endorsement that have not been used from 2008 through 2023. And as I talked about, one of them was derived from the catch history held by one of the CDQ groups, and is stated in their 2011 through 2020 annual report. Pacific cod is their 3rd most valuable fishery after pollock and crab, and they generate their revenue in the cod fishery by owning freezer longline vessels. The second license without any directed Pacific cod catch from 2008 through 2023 was held by a Washington State entity, and it derived the history from the fishing vessel, the Bering Rose. So the 2 LLP licenses without cod history are not currently assigned to a vessel, as I talked about on the previous slide, but the licenses are transferable, but they would not have any catch history assigned to them. In terms of the catcher processor licenses, as I noted earlier, 6 of the 7 CP licenses were used to harvest Pacific cod on a CP during the 2003 through 2023 period. But only 3 of the licenses harvested more than 91% of the catch during that period. All 3 of those licenses are owned by individuals with a state of Washington address. The next issue that the council requested additional information on was what are the opportunities for new entry into the fishery if you move to a catch share program? And this is an issue that comes up a lot. The barriers to entry, including having to buy into the fishery, make it difficult for some individuals to enter the fishery. And table 8.1 in the document is a summary table based on a council staff presentation of a June 2019 discussion paper that looked at catch-share fisheries in other regions of the U.S. and outside the U.S. that provide opportunities for new entrants into the fishery. And the elements generally fall into a few categories, and those include things like creating a subset of quota that can only be accessed by persons meeting a defined criteria. Another method is limiting how much quota a person may own or control. And as I talked about under the excessive share, this is a requirement of the MSA that the council consider excessive share limits in catch share programs under MSA 303A. They could place limits on leasing quota, and by eliminating or limiting the amount of leasing that occur, it may be a stronger incentive for persons to have to sell their quota as opposed to just leasing it, hold on to it, and not necessarily be active in the fishery. They could have owner on board provisions, owner on or low interest loans, and providing educational opportunities. And as you go through that list of things that you may consider, I'm sure that you see a lot of those things that you've dealt with a lot in the past in different programs, and the difficulties with making them work as the council may have intended them to. Things like owner on board provisions, leasing provisions, and those types of things. And in the last bullet that dealt with educational and training opportunities, we're talking about fisheries that are fairly large vessel fisheries, where the training opportunities and educational opportunities have traditionally come from being a deckhand and moving up to a captain and working your way up in the fishery, as opposed to maybe artisanal fisheries and developing countries where you teach people how to go out and fish and to make a livelihood. I think the conditions of the fishery are a little bit different under that bullet that we're thinking about in the North Pacific than some of the other countries may have used to promote entry into fisheries. With that, if there are no questions, I'll pass it back to Ms. Henry.
It looks like we do have a question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I was back just on your active and inactive licenses slides, and I mean, it's almost somewhat like a riddle, and I was just trying to figure out if there is if there's a way, like in yours, I'm trying to find your slide, not this one, slide 31. Yeah, to better understand, even though I know all the programs that this council has done have really, for the most part, been license-based, and I don't think anything different is proposed here, how to understand kind of the unique number of vessels associated with these licenses. Is that an easy thing to respond to right now, or do I need to dig back into the paper?
Madam Chair, it's not in our and Ms. Kimball, it's not in our presentation now, but I'll be happy to look that up and talk about it after public testimony if you wish.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that moves us here to the final couple slides of the presentation. So NIMS published a catch-share policy in 2017, and there are some sections from that that are included here as management considerations that NIMS wanted to highlight for the council when considering a potential LAPP in this fishery. If there are any questions on this section, normally I would punt those to the agency, so I'll do my best under these circumstances. But the first is the catch-share policy outline criteria for evaluating catch-share applicability and fishery characteristics that indicate where catch-shares could be particularly beneficial. This list is not exhaustive, and it does not suggest that if a fishery doesn't have one or more of these indicators, that it's not a good candidate for catch-shares. They're just overarching characteristics that should be considered in the context of these sectors when considering developing this LAPP. So the first is that fishery is overcapitalized. Second, stakeholders are receptive. Third, stocks are overfished. Fourth, regional or institutional infrastructure exists. And 5, bycatch is significant. NIMS also wanted to highlight royalties and cost recovery as they pertain to these sectors. Section 303AD of the Magnuson Act requires councils to consider the use of auctions or other means to collect royalties for the initial or any subsequent distribution of limited access privileges. So if the council wants to consider collecting royalties or other strategies towards facilitating new entrants into the fishery as the program matures, NIMS recommends that this program element be identified early in the LAPP development process. Many of the strategies that Daryl outlined earlier have proven challenging to implement due to lack of funding or ability to compensate existing quota shareholders as harvest privileges are transferred to new entrants. And then in terms of cost recovery for NIMS to collect a fee from limited access privilege holders to recover funds that NIMS pays to implement such programs. The cost recovery aims to cover a variety of government costs attributable to the private sector use of a public resource. And while cost recovery will reimburse the public for some of the costs of management, data collection, and enforcement, actual costs can exceed that 3% MSA cap, particularly in the early years of a catch-share program. And design costs prior to implementation of a LAPP program are also not subject to cost recovery. So NIMS and councils will need to design the most efficient catch-share programs possible to meet their needs and minimize costs to the participants and the public. And then this table just shows the combined Pacific Cod pot CP and pot CV over 60 sectors annual landing ex-vessel value, and that 3% of the ex-vessel value to represent that maximum cost recovery fee. I'll note that ex-vessel values were not available for 2024 at the time we wrote this, but that landings decreased almost 50% from 2023 to 2024, so it's likely that value has decreased as well. So that leads me to the conclusions or the next steps for the council. If you choose to move forward developing the LAPP, a purpose and need statement would need to be developed, and the council would need to start crafting required and discretionary MSA provisions as components and options. Many of these provisions were described in the 2024 discussion paper, including a LAPP's cooperative structure, allocation decisions, processors and community considerations, ownership and use caps, sideboard limits, vessel considerations, bycatch PSC management, and monitoring requirements. So the other option is the council could request for more information to be brought back at a future meeting. And of course, the council can always take no further action on an issue. With that, I'd just like to thank all of the persons that we consulted, a lot of agency expertise and others to help us draft this paper. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Henry and Mr. Brannon. See if there are any additional questions from council members. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm curious if you have information on when the crab fisheries collapsed, was there any shift in participation in these cod fisheries? And were you able to track those vessels moving between them?
I will take a shot at that first and show my ignorance because I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, we were after in the most recent year, most recent discussion paper, we didn't look at that issue. And we had some harvesting and participation data in previous analyses, which looked at our discussion paper, which was like 2008 through 2022 data that showed the number of catcher vessels operating. And there was a slight uptick in the number of vessels operating from about 25 a year, it looks like, to close to 40 over the 2015 through 2020 period. And then it declined again from 2020 to 2021 before upticking again in 2022. But that's the most recent data that I have available on the number of vessels, catcher vessels participating in the fishery. So that's kind of the trend, and I will try and do a screenshot of this table and have it for Ms. Kimball when we come back.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I think we're ready to transition to our AP report. And just notification, any members of the public wishing to testify, please sign up for our D1 agenda item before the end of the AP report. We'll go right into testimony. And council members will recall that the AP took this item up in June and not this meeting. So we really appreciate Ms. Mann's recollection of the conversation. So with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would say don't thank me yet about my recollections, but I did try to beef up and recall the discussion. So once this motion is up, I will go ahead and read it. I'm not seeing anything, but
we just see a cover slide here. Let's try to advance that. Okay.
So for the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm a co-vice chair on the advisory panel. I'll be reading our D1 motion from the June 2025 meeting. The AP appreciates the responsiveness of the discussion paper to the June 2024 council request. With the acknowledgement of council staffing and budgetary issues, as well as EO 14276 and EO 14192, the AP recommends the council continue to prioritize development of a LAPP program for the over 60 Bering Sea and Aleutian Island catcher vessel and catcher processor sector, pot cod fishery vessels, and shoreside processors. That main motion passed 19-0. And Madam Chair, if I could, I just will also add that in June 2024, the AP also passed a motion unanimously that included several of the elements that Ms. Henry mentioned toward the end of her presentation. So I just wanted to jog your memory that quite a bit of work had been done on identifying different elements and things like that. And apologies if that was an inappropriate inclusion, but it's kind of I just wanted to jog people's memories. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. B. If there are any questions on the AP motion. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So we'll move into public testimony. I see 10 people testify or sign up to testify. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. So we'll begin with John Cosby, followed by Elliot Neese.
Hey there, Council. This is Josh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, I just am calling in to say that I oppose the LAPP program. We are an actively fishing boat. I mean, we're currently fishing right now. It's a huge part of our annual income. It's pretty much all that we have. We don't have any crab quota or anything like that. So cod is our main fall and winter program, and we tender in the summertime, and we're very active in the fishery. And I feel that if the LAPP program went through, it would hurt us, and it just wouldn't be a good thing. I don't really understand what the need is for it at this time. Pretty much anybody that wants to fish can fish. And from what I've heard and learned, the TAC hasn't even been caught recently. So I'm not really sure what this pressing need is. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This industry, is an expensive industry, but this is still absolutely an entry-level fishery. It's how I got into the fishery. I know many of the guys that are actively fishing it years ago were able to get their start and everything, and it keeps it open to the future generations of doing that. So it's very much an entry-level fishery. And I feel like if we were to break down the demographics of who's against this and who's for it, I feel like the people that are kind of for it, the LAPP program, are more kind of trying to set it up for their retirement portfolio, get locked in. I don't think that they're actively really wanting to fish it. And I feel that if they did go to LAPP, that a lot of these people, they wouldn't even fish it anymore. They would just focus on other fisheries that are more lucrative, or crab, or doing other things. It doesn't seem like it's and all the guys that are against it are actively fishing hard, using it as their, a big part of their income. And so, but anyways, yeah, that's my opinion, just against it. Would hate to see this go through. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cosby, for your testimony. I just wanted to ask, one of the reasons I think that we've heard that some people support rationalization is in the years where the TAC was completely taken, and sometimes particularly when cod TACs were small, there was a little bit of concern about sort of new entry into the fishery and making that TAC even go faster and making it even more difficult for people like yourself to participate in that fishery. Do you have concerns about that as well? I just wanted to ask about that specifically because we hear about it sometimes.
I don't. I mean, obviously, I like less people fishing because the season lasts longer and we have more opportunity. So, but I feel like if we went to a LAPP, we would lose a lot of our quota to, 22% to the processors or whatever. And I don't even know if there's really enough quota to even create a LAPP program. I mean, the amount that if it got all spread out amongst all the different boats, it would be very minuscule amount that we would get. And so but the years where there is a lot of boats fishing, when, you don't have as long of an opportunity to catch all the fish, it's just kind of the way it is. But I mean, that's what you get when you have kind of an open access fishery, so to speak, or, and yeah, they just, you kind of take the good with the bad, and that's fishing, and that's how we've all grown up. So, but I don't want to be, I don't think being restricted every year in and year out. But letting the people that want to fish, and if it's a slow crab year, they have the opportunity to still come back and, fill in the season a little bit with a little bit of cod. That's beneficial to them. I think it just benefits everybody. And on years that they're all doing that, then the guys that are only cod fishing, we have chances to have better seasons, and they're off having better seasons doing crab. So I think it's all in balance, and I don't worry about that at all.
Thank you. That's helpful. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to Elliot Neese, followed by Dr. Novak. Is Elliot online? We don't see him. Okay, we're not seeing Elliot. We'll circle back to him. Go to Bachta Nice or Novak. Excuse me.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Dear Chair and members of the North Pacific Fisheries Management. My name is Vojta Novak. I am all year round resident of Kodiak, Alaska, and I am the owner of two fishing vessels, Fishing Vessel Seabrook and Fishing Vessel Incentive, as well as Alaskan Fisherman Seafood Company. Alaska is the land of opportunity when hard work and determination can lead to success, regardless where you came from or your language skills. I strongly believe in American spirit of opportunity and hard work. This is the reason why I am opposite of this proposal. Please support our fishing rights and keep American dream alive for the new guys like me. Thank you very much for your time and have a great afternoon. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Novak. I just wanted to understand what your level of participation is in the fishery currently.
I know Fishing Vessel Seabrook, and we was the fishing cod in A season, and last 3 years what I purchased the vessel 3 years ago, and every year we was fishing the cod in Bering Sea.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
I will go to Craig Lowenberg, followed by Peter Wilson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Craig Lowenberg here. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. BSPCC is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector, and we appreciate the opportunity to comment today. My testimony will be very brief. The BSPCC fully supports the AP motion and rationale on this agenda item from its June 2025 meeting. To hit the highlights, the AP reviewed the discussion paper, recognized the staffing and budget concerns, acknowledged the recent executive orders, and continues to recommend the council prioritize development of LAPP for this sector. I'd also point out the majority of the public testimony in the AP was in favor of moving forward with the LAPP. Yesterday, I testified under the B reports agenda item as to how and why a LAPP for this sector complies with the executive orders. Rather than repeat it again, I'd like to reference and incorporate that testimony here today. In conversations with virtually all council members, my understanding is that there's wide recognition of the merits of a LAPP for our sector. I also hear that other issues currently under consideration by the council will provide more bang for the buck with limited resources. In addition to the economic and competitive benefits a LAPP would provide, we cannot dismiss the issues of safety and bycatch, which continue to be a concern and need to be addressed sooner than later. While I understand the MSA and national standards are not ranked in order of priority, from my perspective, improved safety and bycatch reduction rise to the top and are well worth the bang for the buck. Discussion of a LAPP has been underway, coming up on 7 years in the council process, and we believe now is the time to take action. If the council chooses to take no further action at this time, I ask that you do so without prejudice, which I believe is the case for all council actions, and indicate under what conditions this body would consider revisiting the issue. We appreciate the council's consideration of such a program for our sector and look forward to participating in the development process. Madam Chair, that concludes my testimony today, but I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Mr. Witherall's retirement and express my appreciation for his hard work and dedication over the last several decades in the council process. It's been a pleasure working with him, and he's leaving big shoes to fill. So best of luck to you, Mr. Witherall. Thank you, and I'd take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Yes, Mr. Williams has a question, and then Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony. We had, during the staff presentation, there were some questions regarding asking about why in several of these recent years we've not maybe harvested the entire TAC that's been available. I wanted to get your opinion about why you believe the TAC has not been fully harvested in several of those years.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Williams, through the chair. My understanding and belief on why we have not, the sector has not harvested the full TAC in recent years is due to global market competition and availability of domestic markets here, mainly price being low and global competition, in short.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and then Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams asked part of what I was going to ask. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lowenberg. I'm curious about your comments on safety. You know, it looks like in some years, particularly the bee season for cod has been very short, but in recent years, the full amount hasn't been harvested. So, you know, I presume there's less safety issues in those years. Can you speak a little bit more to your safety concerns?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Going through the chair. Just pausing here to make sure I followed your question. Our concern with safety is, you know, there's been vessel loss in this fishery. There's been significant injury in this fishery in the last several years. Last year we had a vessel go on the beach. Thank goodness there was no significant damage or significant injury, but it is a consequence of a race for fish. And so in this race for fish situation, boats are going out in weather that may be a little bit more adverse. So we think slowing the pace of the fishery would greatly improve the safety aspect. Also, you know, the icing issue at the beginning of the year, the A season. If we have to start fishing January 1st, you know, they're severe weather. So slowing the pace is what we're looking for.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Go to Peter Wilson, followed by Mike Woodley.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Peter Wilson. Do you guys hear me?
We can, yes. Welcome.
Okay, it is my turn, correct? I hope
Yep.
I'm not out of turn. Okay.
No, this is
Hey, my
great.
name's Peter Wilson, and I run a new venture. And just same thing. I'm opposed to having this go to a LAPP program. I'm out. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm currently actually fishing right now, and some of the things is, you know, that I've been listening to this and some points that can be made that during the few years that the quota was taught with a lot of participation, there was a lot of canneries and there was a lot of tenders available. For instance, this year, three out of the 4 canneries that are buying cod now are going to be closed here in the next. One's closing tomorrow, the other are closing in 2 weeks. I don't see how rationalization is going to make a difference if we're dependent on the time frame of the canneries. It's actually going to change it. You know, and that would take, as Craig was pointing out, that would kind of take the safety out of it too, because all of a sudden you're under a time crunch to get your quota caught, so you are going to take those chances. And with any fishery, whether rationalized or not, there is certain dangers. We're out in brutal elements. We can run and hide, but you know, a boat's a boat. You know, you try and take the best care of your vessel that you can and your crew. And, you know, there are things out of our control there. I don't think that the rationalization would change that at all. I'm a new participant. As I stated last time, I got into this 4 years ago. It is still an entry level. One thing that could happen if it does get rationalized is say my majority owner of my vessel wants to sell out. Well, the boat would have a lease or have a quota on it. I would end up having to pay more because I would be buying that quota from him also, so that I can continue. Now, the other thing too, like last year, price was the price was not very good at all. It was 25 cents a pound. Okay. 100,000 pounds, $25,000. It doesn't make sense. So for instance, like this year, a 10 million pound quota spread between 40 boats, if it was equal, is $250,000. You break that down, or 250,000 pounds, I'm sorry, I apologize. At 50 cents a pound, $125,000. It doesn't make it worth for me to go out there, or pretty much anybody else that's a small entity like myself, as you heard from Josh. There's quite a few of us that are, you know, kind of like what you would call a mom and pop operation. And it would just, it makes it difficult for us to go do that. The people that want rationalization pretty much are well industry known and have the contacts to be able to get, you know, say, lease more quota than I would be able to. But with this being said, you know, I mean, price fluctuation is always going to be dependent on whether you take your boat out. And bottom line, you've got to look at all the costs. Insurance has skyrocketed. I mean, I pay $165,000 a year for my insurance on my boat to fish it year for the full year. And you got to add that in. So if you don't have the opportunity to get what you can get during these fisheries, some years there's going to be a lot of boats. Other years there's going to be minimal. Like this year, there's not a lot of boats, which is great for those guys. You know, the years, like I said, the years that there was a lot of participation and the quota was caught, that was when there was 4 canneries or 5 canneries, which one of them has gone bankrupt and has gone since. There was a lot of tender service.
Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, sorry.
I apologize for interrupting. I let you go over about a minute, but your time is up. And if you could offer concluding statements, we'd appreciate it. And then I'll see if there are any questions for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that. Like I said, I'm on my boat and it's kind of loud, but go ahead. I can be done if that's what you're asking.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Okay. I'm not seeing any. Really appreciate you joining us from the water. Thanks. Okay, be safe. So our next testifier is Mike Woodley, followed by Charlie Jackson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you. My name is Mike Woodley. I own and operate the fishing vessel Atlantico. I have over 35 years experience fishing for Pacific cod in the Bering Sea. I want to express my strong opposition to any form of LAPP program. Our operating costs are already high due to expenses such as bait and fuel. Combined with low prices we receive for our product, I believe that rationalization program would further increase these costs, particularly due to additional individual quota, IFQ taxes, increased observer fees, and expenses related to cooperative management. I also do not believe rationalization would meaningfully reduce crab bycatch. As a responsible operator, I avoid areas with high crab bycatch, as do many others. As safety, fishing is a dangerous business, but rationalizing this fishery will not make it any safer. That claim is a scare tactic and should not be used as justification. Disasters occur in both rationalized and non-rationalized fisheries. There is no clear correlation. We need to stop using safety as an excuse to push rationalization. Regarding entry level claim, we keep hearing from proponents of rationalization that this is not a entry level fishery. While that may be true for some, but it's not true for everyone. Just because it wasn't an entry level fishery for you doesn't mean it isn't for others. We shouldn't evaluate someone's experience or opportunity just because it's our own. I'm surprised that the communities would want to support this. This quota that we get, our sector, is 8.4% of the total TAC. There's 58 permits. I believe 17 participated in the fishery in January, And right now there's only 16. Only 6 boats fishing. On our way out here, we are contacted by all the processors wanting cod. The price is good. They all want cod. I'm surprised we don't have no more participation. Like Josh mentioned, it might be a scheme for some retirement for some mailbox fishermen, whatever you call it. And a lot of the money paid out to these leases will not come back into the fishery. It will not come back into the boats. It will not come in. Most of it will go out of the state of Alaska, and it's certainly not going to come back into the communities. Lastly, I believe processor protection is completely flawed. Where are the protections for fishermen? With the falling out of Peter Pan, we never got paid for some of our crab. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you for joining us from out on the water as well. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Woodley, for your testimony. I'm curious if you can, and if you are not knowledgeable in this, that's fine, but I'm curious because you've mentioned both cod and crab. Can you speak to any shifts in participation once the crab fishery collapsed into the cod fishery?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen. Every year is a little different. Obviously, if you had a permit and you had an opportunity to fish something else when your other primary fishery was closed, I'm sure people are going to go for it. Look, I don't know. It's a tough question for me to answer. I know that when the crab fisheries were closed, that we did have more participation in the cod.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Charlie Jackson is up next, followed by Frank Kelty.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Is this Charlie? He's calling it. Charlie is. Okay, we'll just give it a moment. I think Charlie is also calling in from the water.
Go ahead, Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you. My name is Charlie Jackson. I work on the fishing vessel Atlantico, where I have been a crewman and the chief engineer for 13 years. I started fishing in Alaska in 1987. My first crab season was 88. My first year crab fishing in the Bering Sea was 1989. In 1988, I worked on one of 5 boats in the Kodiak area that pioneered an experimental cod pot fishery, which I have, through my career, harvested roughly 50 million pounds of cod, mostly in the Bering Sea, entirely with pots. I adamantly oppose a potential LAPP program for this cod fishery. I rely on this cod fishery very heavily for my income, especially with these recent years of low and no crab quota. I fear that the additional expenses that we will accrue with lease fees, exorbitant lease fees, additional observer coverage, and IFQ taxes, it will significantly hurt my net income to the point where I will not be able to afford to do this industry anymore. My experience with crab rationalization is that it did not work out well for crewmen. While captains, boat owners, and even processing plants received IFQs, the crewmen received no remuneration, and what we did get was a significant loss of jobs due to a major change in the fleet. We lost about 2/3 of the fleet and a lot of good jobs. So I don't see that rationalizing cod is a good move for crewmen. Thank you very much. I hope that my testimony helps.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Jackson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. We'll go to Frank Kelty next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council.
we lose him?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I only did a couple of sentences. Anyway, for the record, my name is Frank Kelty, representing the city of Unalaska, and I did attach one of the many letters we've sent in on this subject over the years. City of Unalaska supports the AP, what the AP did in 2004 in June, and also in 2005 in June. The Unalaska City Council has been in support of this program since the first time it was brought up in 2019 at the Homer meeting. We feel Unalaska has seen over the years the benefits of rationalization programs on pollock, crab, Amendment 80 trawl, Pacific cod trawl, freezer longliners co-op. We feel strongly that this management change should move forward, that the shore-based processors in the community would benefit from this program. We believe that a LAPP program would stop the race for fish within the CB pot cod 60-foot over sector. We're facing lower P cod allocations the last few years. We've seen the Pacific cod season last just a few weeks, and it is fishing in January, February, where the majority of the quota has been taken, has been tough on the harvesters. We feel that without a LAPP program, we're going to continue to see these shorter fishing seasons that last 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to have reduced revenues for the processors, the harvesters, employment in the community be impacted, the impacts for the processors, support sector business in the community. We believe that moving this program forward is of critical importance to the harvesters in this sector, as well as the shore-based processor in Unalaska. This cod that they bring in the pot fleet is a top quality product. I was involved with the plant in the early 80s when we first got a 4, 5, 6 pot boats to start this fishery in the mid 80s. And they spent a lot of years of developing this fishery, figuring out the best way to catch the fish. And it's really a quality product that they bring in. We feel that this program, if it goes through, would help with the reduction of bycatch and tanner crab and king crab species. The program will increase safety, allow for more product development, stabilize employment and revenues for the harvesters, processors, community in the region. So that's all we have. We think this would be a good program and will benefit all people involved in the sectors, the harvesters, processors, and the community of Unalaska. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kelty. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks again. We'll go to Oyston Lone and Francis Leach, followed by Mike Shelford.
Yeah, you guys hear me? This is Oyston. Are you on it, Francis?
Yes, we can hear. We've got both of you.
Okay. Great. Chair Grubenik and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Oyston Lone. I'm a commercial fisherman, president of the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters. Thank you for taking the time to hear our testimony today. Many of our members would like to testify but are out fishing, unable to participate. Just because our voices may not be the most abundant does not mean we do not care deeply about the future of this fishery. The Independent Pot Cod Harvesters stand united against rationalization at this time, and we come before you today asking you to take no action. There's a key difference between those who support rationalization and those who oppose it. It boils down to those who support rationalization tend to be fishermen nearing retirement or those wanting to get out of the fishery so they can lock in quota shares, build equity, and eventually sell out. That's not a future that benefits working fishermen. Our group is composed of both seasoned fishermen and new entrants who want to continue to utilize the fishery. This fishery unique in that it remains one of the last open access ground fisheries in Alaska, and that truly matters. Independent operators like myself can still participate without needing to lease or buy quota. It means opportunity for the next generation. It means diversity in the fleet, and it means that coastal communities can stay tied to the fishery. but we worry about where things are heading should this fishery be rationalized. Rationalization in other fisheries has led to consolidations, fewer boats on the water, and fewer young people getting a start. A LAPP would push us down the same path. We don't want to see this fishery become another system where only those with deep pockets survive. We are asking you to keep this fishery accessible, fair, sustainable for working fishermen. Thank you, and I'll leave it to Francis now.
Thank you, Chair Drobnica and council members. For the record, my name is Francis Leach, and I work as a consultant for the independent pot cod harvesters. IPCH is concerned about the narrative that this fleet is wide support for a LAPP in this fishery. That is simply not accurate. Many harvesters are still undecided, many are opposed, and no agreement has been reached among the participants. IPCH would like to go on the record and say we're not opposed to conservation or management improvements, but we are firmly opposed to quota privatization. And because there is no consensus among participants in this sector on how quota would be divided or structured, moving forward with the LAPP without that agreement risks deepening divisions between the fleet. Beyond fairness, the regulatory and financial burdens of a LAPP are significant. Observer coverage requirements, new monitoring systems, and increased administrative oversight would create unnecessary cost and complexity. Full observer coverage is estimated to run $500 to $600 a day. For the short pot trips, those costs are crushing and could force small operators right out of the fishery. That is the very definition of consolidation and erodes fleet diversity and community participation. And the last point I want to make is on safety, which is a concern for absolutely every fisherman. We keep hearing that rationalization will make this fishery safer, but that isn't necessarily true. If the BSAI wide quota is allocated, fishermen with only Bering Sea endorsements will feel pressure to fish as fast as they can before the Bering Sea is closed to directed Pacific cod. That means even if there is still quota left in the Aleutian Islands, some vessels would be shut out. In other words, instead of slowing down the race to fish, this structure could actually make it worse, and that undermines one of the main arguments for this rationalization. There are better options available to the council. Adjustments to the seasons, area closures, soaking time limits, or voluntary cooperative structures could address safety and conservation concerns. These are tools that support conservation and stability while keeping opportunities open to all fishermen. In closing, IPCH urges the council not to move forward with the LAPP at this time, and we thank you for this opportunity to testify and for your time and consideration.
Thank you both for your testimony. It looks like we have a couple questions. Mr. Williams and then Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lone and Ms. Leach, for your testimony. How many folks do the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters organization represent?
We have between 15 and 17 in our group, permits in our group.
Okay, thank you.
Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the same question, but a related question, and I'm sorry if you covered this, Mr. Lone and Ms. Leach. Thank you for your testimony. Are all of your members participants in the catcher vessel sector? I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, we have one permit that is a CP permit that's in our group, but he fishes in the catcher vessel side. But he has a CP permit that he's using.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony, Mr. Lone and Ms. Leach. I actually missed the end part of what you were saying, Ms. Leach. You were going through different tools that could be used as management measures in the sector. I got area closures, pot limits. What else did you mention?
Soak times, voluntary cooperative structures, and adjustment to seasons.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To Mike Shelford, and then I'll circle back to Elliot.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairwoman, Drobnica, members of the council. We're longtime participants in the Bering Sea pot fisheries. We own one pot cod CP LLP as well as two greater than 60 pot cod CB LLPs. As a company, we've been active participants almost every year since 1995 in one or both of these fisheries. We've seen firsthand the benefits of the crab rationalization program as well as the freezer longline cooperative, and have had that those cooperatives have had on safety, stability, bycatch, quality, and value of products, as well as many other benefits. I asked the council to move forward with the LAPP program for both the CV and the pot CP fisheries. Now I want to speak mainly to the pot CP sector, as you haven't heard from many people in that sector. This is a large boat fishery. The CV boats, they are smaller, although I do think that a LAPP program would be very beneficial to that program. I think it's really needed in the pot CP fishery. There's 7 LLPs currently for the pot CP fishery, and this is a fishery that has less than 2% of the Bering Sea quota. This is not a big fishery. There's been 4 main participants in this fishery over the last 15 to 20 years. And we've gotten together and we have our own kind of informal co-op that's worked decently for us over the last few years. And kind of what hurts that is the inactive LLPs. You have 3 other LLPs out there that aren't active participants or not very active, to where they only put in limited amounts of quota. And we need protection from them. The quotas haven't been that large the last few years, so it's been a small fishery. These fisheries have lasted anywhere from 15 to 16 days at times, up to a month. They're lasting a little longer now because we've come up with a structure that works for the main participants of this fishery who've relied on this fishery. But these are vessels that have 20 plus people on board. We need stability in this fishery. If a LAPP program isn't what can move forward at this time, I urge the council to look into possibly doing a latent permit action for the pot CP fishery, or some type of action to help stabilize this fishery for these LLPs. So I really appreciate your time and thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Shelford? Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Shelford, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Would you mind putting a finer point on your statement about the concern that you have about the 3 inactive fishers in the LLP CP sector, and what is it that action is doing that harms your or impacts your fishery? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pamplin, through the chair. There's no harm they're doing right now. The fear is, I mean, these are big vessels. We just purchased a brand new vessel for a lot of money and put a lot more money into it to participate in this fishery. And with a season that, for our vessel, it lasts a little over a month, right now. And you send 22 crew up there, all of a sudden you put one more vessel out there, and it gets cut in half. All of a sudden you have a 20-day season. Try flying 22 crew up to Dutch Harbor for a 22-day season. You won't find crew because they won't make any money. So that's the problem. You have these LLPs out there that currently aren't being used. You have the 4 active participants over the last 15 to 20 years that have really put time and effort into this fishery that came together with a program that works for the 4 of them. But it's the fear of these other LLPs out there that they can jump on another boat, and all of a sudden, we have a group together that came together and came up with a plan that works. But all of a sudden, one more LLP jumps out there, and it can disrupt the entire agreement that we came up with. So that's the fear of what can happen, right? Is one more vessel all of a sudden cuts that all in half, and all of a sudden you've got a 20-day fishery for something that all the active participants over the last 15 to 20 years came up with a program that works for them.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Shelford.
Thank you.
So it doesn't look like Elliot is on the phone. Let's come back at, so that concludes our public testimony on D1. Let's come back at 2:35 and see what the wishes of the council are. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. So we have received public testimony and staff presentation on D1. What are the wishes of the council? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff, but I don't know if Mr. Brannon was able to get the information he was going to try to gather in response to a council member question during public comment, if you wanted to do that first.
Madam Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you. I was able to pull together some information. I actually went to the ACFIN website and got it because the previous discussion paper information was dated back a little bit. It was only went through 2022. I don't know if we're able to pull that information up, but I can briefly give you a quick summary of it. The number of catcher vessels in recent years has declined quite a bit. In 2008 it was 44 vessels, and in 2024 there were only 8 catcher vessels that operated in the greater than 60-foot catcher vessel fleet. And the amount of harvest in 2024 was about 4,900 tons. And there were only 2 CPs operated that year. And that's down from 3 the previous year and then 4 or 5 most years before that. So that's a quick summary. We can get that distributed if people wish, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm not hearing you.
Sorry, Mr. Brandon. We appreciate that description. I think the verbal description is sufficient. Thank you. Thank you. And so, Ms. Vanderhoven, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a brief motion, but I'll wait for staff to get it on the screen. Okay, the motion reads, thank you. The motion reads, the council takes no further action on this issue at this time, and with a second, I can speak to it.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the second. I'd like to once again thank all the staff that have worked on these discussion papers that the council's reviewed in recent years to help describe the concern and issues for consideration of the if the council were to initiate a LAPP program for the Bering Sea pot cod sector. My motion is not meant to be a statement on the merits of the request from participants to consider a new LAPP program. Instead, I've offered this motion to reflect 1, the shift in priorities at NIMS, and 2, the severely limited resources available to council and agency to take on the development of a new LAPP at this time. Regarding priorities, I recognize that several elements of a new LAPP program could fall within current NIMS priorities, but I think there are probably just as many that are not. And as to resource limitations, we're at a point where we're having to make really hard choices as a council. Developing and implementing a new LAPP, even for a small sector like Bering Sea, Aleutian Island pot cod, is a huge undertaking. And as one council member, I'm reluctant to embark on a very large project without some assurance that we have the resources to get the job done. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Are there any questions on the motion? Any comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. And I appreciated your speaking to it. I would agree with your comments in terms of being concerned about moving this forward in light of the resource constraints and just the heavy lift that we know is involved in developing any new LAPP program. But I guess for myself, I'll go a little bit further and say that I support this motion because I am compelled by and appreciate the significant amount of testimony we've received, not just at this meeting, but I'm remembering back in June in Kodiak, in terms of active fishery participants who are not supportive of a LAPP program. And I know, and we've heard regularly that as a council, we'll never hear 100% support for any particular policy approach, but I just wanted to point out that I really appreciated, in particular, fishermen taking time out of their fishing activities to comment to us, and I just wanted to know that I did hear that testimony and contributed to my decision to support this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I would just align myself with Ms. Baker's comments. I think that's another reason we don't usually develop a LAPP program or try to push something like that through when a big component of the active participants are not a proponent. I think that would be really difficult and kind of off base. So that's another reason why I will support the motion. I'm also just a little bit curious and trying to figure out why there's such low participation in this bee season. Very little of the TAC has been taken and prices are really strong. So I feel like we need to watch this fishery, but I'm listening to active participants, even in light of, I know the benefits that we can receive out of a LAPP program. It just does not seem like the right time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I'd like to align myself with the comments made by Ms. Baker. In addition to the resource constraints, I also was very appreciative of the public testimony this afternoon. In particular, just wanted to call out the notes about that this was one of the last open access fisheries for groundfish sector. And that was also noted by folks that were active in the fishery. So anyway, I thought that was a good point to call out. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Mr. Ritchie was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I would like to align myself with the previous council members and just say that I found it really compelling in the past year, the testimony we've received from active fishermen asking the council to take no further action. I think that it's that's why we have a public and transparent process on this, I think, and this is really showing some of the strength of that. We had something, active fishermen told us that, well, many active fishermen told us that it's something that they didn't want, and I think that that's why we have this process. So I would like to thank all the testifiers on either side of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first would just like to comment that I appreciate all of the work that a number of individuals have put in development of bringing this program before us. I agree with most of the comments that have come from my fellow council members. We've got a timing issue, we've got a priority issue, and it's the only other LAPP that I have been in participation in developing had it was a big program in the Pacific Council where a large majority of the participants were interested in participating in putting the LAPP program together. And it's interesting to me. I'm pretty sure I don't know all of the backstory about the yays and the nays regarding why folks support or do not support, but it is challenging and difficult as a decision maker when you have such a large component of your participants indicating to you that they're not interested in the program. So I intend to support the motion. Unfortunately, I think there are some definite benefits from development of a LAPP program. We all know those, but based both on timing and support, it does not appear as though the program is ready for prime time, if you will, at this moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven, for the motion. I will be supporting the motion. I will say the piece that made up my mind was the time constraints that we're facing as a council and the workload that this would take to move this forward, plus the mix of stakeholder perspectives that we're hearing on this. My understanding of this motion is that this doesn't mean that a LAPP program couldn't come forward in the future, but you know, over the near term here on the council's workload and agenda, this is being tabled at the moment. No further action at this time. I also was compelled by some of Ms. Kimball's comments about the low participation and the strong prices recently. I'm curious in some patterns that we're seeing in this fishery in recent years and would like to see more of that play out as well. So thank you for the motion.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, thank you for the motion, Ms. Vanderhoeven. I'll also be aligning myself with other council members' statements on this, and appreciate all the public testimony that we received and those joining us from the water today. So with that, I'll ask if there's any objection. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. So we will break for the day. We are scheduled for an executive session at 3 p.m. Let's start in 5 minutes, come back at 2:55 for executive session, separate Zoom link available. And we will start tomorrow morning, or not tomorrow morning, we are taking the weekend off. We will start on Monday morning at 8 a.m. with, I believe we're attempting to start with our C3 crab specifications if our SFC report is done in time this weekend. So we will try to pre-notify if there's a change of plans via our website. So thank you, and we'll have a good weekend, everyone. We'll see you on Monday.